Oh,
No, it's on. We're on.
so but we see it online. We're not going to see it up here. What are we going to see up here again?
We will only see up here when there's something relevant. So if you're presenting or somebody has their camera on.
It is. I see it. Yeah. You, no, I mean, I just see that they're on. I don't. There's not a camera or anything. Derek did say there's going to be a little something different about our screens. We're not going to see everything unless it's being presented up on the screens. So I don't really know what that means until it starts. Yeah, I don't care for it.
Thank you for your patience. We're still resolving some IT issues.
difficulties with Zoom. If you are participating on Zoom, we can hear you and we can see your hand raised for participation, but we won't have any video being projected on Zoom. If you would like to watch video, you can also turn it to Comcast Cable Channel 15, AT&T Universe Channel 99. You can also join on Facebook or on YouTube, and you may also join on the city's meeting calendar from our website, also known as Legistar. So I apologize for the inconvenience, but we'll get there. So again, if you're on Zoom, please stay on Zoom because that is how we will call you when it's your turn to speak. And I'll turn it over to the chair.
With the mic on, calling officially the meeting of August 23rd, 2023, Wednesday Planning Commission meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and Statement of Values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Statement of Values. Secretary Boozer, could you please read for the record?
Be happy to. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please have a seat. We will now do the roll call. Elizabeth, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Present.
Commissioner Biagini,
Present.
Chair Kuru,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Here.
Commissioner Busa,
Present?
Commissioner Salame,
Here.
Commissioner Crutchlow.
Here.
Thank you.
We do have a full quorum of 7 commissioners today, so we do not need to excuse any member. We can move to the declaration of commission procedures. Secretary Boozer.
Yes. Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the commission directs all activities during the hearing. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff presentation of the items, other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedures limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. Appeals of the commission actions must be filed in writing with 7 calendar days following.
Thank you, Commissioner Boozer. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available anytime online. We now move to continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item to be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Staff, are there any requests from applicants, public, or commission for a continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda?
There are no requests.
Thank you. We now have the option to move to consent calendar. We have 4 items, I believe, of 5 items today. Commissioner Boozer, please read the procedure for the consent calendar.
The procedure of the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar item may be enacted, approved, and adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission staff, the applicant or a member of the public wishes to comment or on a consent calendar item, or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with the associate file numbers constitute public hearing items.
Do you want to read the items on today's?
Yes. Item 1A, Planning Commission Special Meeting Minutes of January 26, 2023. 1B, Planning Commission Meetings Minutes of March 8, 2023. 1C, Planning Commission 2024 Calendar of Meetings. 1D, Action of Entitlement Extension of a previous approved project of existing expansion child care facility at 2031 El Camino Real, which that should be a 2-year extension, I believe. And 1E, action to approve use permit to allow on-site sale of consumption of beer and wine for a restaurant located at 3043 El Camino Real.
Thank you. Do we have any requests for continuances or moved out of consent? Sorry, not continue. Yes, Commissioner Biagini.
I'd like to pull item 1D like David.
Moving 1D to public hearing items. Items 1A, 1B, 1C, 1E continue to be on consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bhatnagar, seconded by Commissioner Biagini.
Do you see the voting screen on your iPad?
No.
Nope.
Do you see it now?
Yeah, we only see motion.
Motion.
Okay, and the motion is to approve the consent calendar except item 1D. So go ahead and register your votes, please.
Showing vote. It
doesn't show.
Second.
Motion and second. That's the only thing we have.
Doesn't show the yes, no.
Okay, one moment, please. I had that in there. Just a second.
Right.
Yes, now it's come.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
So, point of order real quick. I understand. Since some of these meetings I was not at, does it matter that I'm voting on it? Because it doesn't make sense.
I would
just
recommend you abstain if you have not reviewed the video on those items. You are legally empowered to vote on them, but if you haven't reviewed them, then I'd recommend you don't.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Commissioner Crutchlow, were you abstaining from 1A and 1B only, or also 1C and 1E? I believe your intention was to just abstain from the minutes. Is that correct?
1A, 1B, and then, was it a separate motion for 1D?
Yeah, that's coming next.
Yeah. So it was 1A, 1B.
So for the record, he was only abstaining from 1A and 1B.
Yes, got it. Thank you.
Thank
From the minutes, yes.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay. So now do you want to talk to item 1D, Commissioner Biagini?
Yes, it's,
I'm sorry, pardon me, Commissioner. Forgive me. Since we pulled the item, Commissioner Crutchlow, I'd recommend you make your disclosure and leave the chambers at this time.
I gotta leave, really?
Got to get out.
You told me before I did. Okay. I gotta get out because I'm within 1,000 feet of 1D. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Critchlow, for excusing yourself for conflict of interest to be within 1,000 feet.
come get you.
Thank you for following protocol. Commissioner Biagini.
All right, since it's not up on the screen, I'm going to read what the staff recommendation was on the consent calendar. It will make more sense when I say what I want to say. The recommendation from staff was determine the project categorically exempt from CEQA, Class 3, new construction or conversion of small structures, and adopt a resolution approving the entitlement time extension of a previously approved project. PLN 2020-14358, amending an existing use permit allowing an additional 5 classrooms at an improved school use, and here is the relevant language, subject to findings and conditions of approval. I've brought this up because I would like to make a motion for a condition of approval. So let me make that motion now, and that is to encourage developers and contractors to evaluate hiring local labor. I'm reading slow so Elizabeth can get that. Okay. Hiring from or contributing to accredited apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages. I can talk more on that if there's a second.
Thank you, Commissioner Biagini. And let me ask staff a very general question. Since this is almost something that Planning Commission would recommend for moving forward, unless we hear other comments today, is there an opportunity to capture this in the conditions of approval ahead, or does Planning Commission have to reassert it every project, every meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be something that you would need to add into the conditions of approval.
Okay, noted. Since this condition, I'm assuming, comes mostly from Planning Commission and is not required by either the zoning ordinance or the general plan or other code requirements, that Planning Commission will continue to have this as under our purview to add this. Okay, with that, thank you, Commissioner Biagini. I think staff has it. Do we have a second? Okay. Do we have a second to the additional condition?
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Biagini to add a condition and a second. We'll move for the vote.
Please go ahead and register your votes. The language will be cleaned up in the minutes. Lance, would you like to tell me your vote? You're not registered. Commissioner Salame, you're the only one we don't have voting. Would you like to tell me your vote? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the consent calendar items who have received your approval today. Moving on. Anything that I need?
We need to retrieve our lost commissioner.
Okay. You booted him.
Leave him in there.
He's found. Welcome back, Commissioner Crutchlow.
Because
We just wanted you so badly back.
they almost forgot you. Luckily, I was here.
As the corporate. All right, we have our moments. Thank you. We will now move to public presentations. Just want to re-emphasize that this is a portion of the agenda for tonight's Planning Commission's review under those topics that are typically under our purview that are not on today's agenda. I do recollect that yesterday at City Council, there was an extended discussion on SB 403. While we accept and appreciate you being here, if you're here to speak about SB 403, the most appropriate and opportune location for you to make your statements are at the City Council meetings. And I think the Vice Mayor had announced that they would be inviting more comments at the next meeting.
That is what the Vice Mayor said at 2:30 a.m. last night. He encouraged more speakers. Yeah, and if I might, Madam Chair, just to clarify, the city charter specifies that the role of the Planning Commission is to make recommendations on the adoption, amendment, or repeal of the general plan for the physical development of the city, and also to exercise functions relevant to land subdivisions, planning, and zoning, and then to exercise planning, zoning, environmental, or other functions as may be authorized by the state of California. Any member of the public, you don't have to be a resident of Santa Clara, any person may address the Planning Commission during this next period on any item they want within our subject matter jurisdiction. So any of those zoning, planning, development issues, you're welcome to speak. However, I would suggest that if you are here to speak about SB 403, that is not germane to the Planning Commission's jurisdiction, and that the City Council would be a more appropriate venue.
Thank you. So with that, we will now open for public presentations to address the Commission on any items not on today's agenda. Okay,
I have 2 hands online.
I see. Sorry, please recognize them.
Shashi, you should be able to unmute and speak. Shashi, if you'd like to speak, please unmute.
Shashi, if you can hear us, you're now recognized to speak to the Planning Commission. You have your hand raised. Okay, we'll move to the next person.
The next one we have is labeled as Tulip Kids Cupertino.
And I'm assuming the person who's has their hand raised is going to be recognized for the project. This part of the agenda is for really members of public who want to address Commission on items not going to be heard today. So I see the hand for Tulip Kids still up. If you're here to talk of any other, thank you. Okay. Seeing no other members who are here for, I'm
There's
assuming
one
all
more
of.
hand, Madam Chair.
We do have another hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chinta, you should be able to unmute and speak. I don't know. I'm hoping it's not a technical problem. Yeah.
Chinta Mallikarjun, if you're able to unmute, please go ahead. Okay. We will move on and recognize if Chinta has a comment that's not related to tonight's agenda later. Moving to the order of items for tonight's public hearing. We have 4 items on public hearing tonight, so I will try to expedite and move all topics in order, unless there's another request to take any topic on tonight's, on the list below out of order from members of public. The first item to be heard is the action on a major significant property alteration permit and recommendation for rezoning to planned development for property located at 1 365 Main Street and 1070 Lewis Street. Staff? Do we have a presentation?
Yes. 1 second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll introduce Steve Lee, the project manager for this project, who's pulling up his presentation for you.
Thank you. Steve, you are recognized.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, and good evening, planning commissioners. Steve Lee, project planner for this project at 1365 Main Street and 1070 Lewis Street. Is this in the way? Yes, it is. Okay. The request here before you is you're going to make decisions on 2 of the bolded items on the top. And the project does include 2 other items, the tentative parcel map and the Mills Act. But first, the major significant property alterations, permits to construct a new habitable basement, and rear additions to the first floor, no basement for this. And then the rezone to plan development, from single family to plan development zoning district to allow creative development standards for the proposed development of 2 substandard lots, substandard detached accessory building setbacks, and second-story ADU at 22 feet and 9 inches in height. And there's 2 substandard lot that's going to be created because of the tentative parcel map. Right now, the 2 houses are sitting on the 1 lot. And lastly, the applicant is requesting a Mills Act contract for listed property on the HRI at 1365 Main Street. So, okay. This is the site here. The existing site is an L-shaped lot. Sorry, I just keep on seeing this band here. 1 second. And 1365 is the one with the pin there on the top, and 1070 Lewis to the bottom. The 1070 Lewis faces the north side there on Lewis, and then the front of the house on Main Street is on the west side. Here's the lot with showing some of the detached accessory structures and 1-car garage to be removed in the rear there. And this shows the site after it's subdivided. The 2 lots will create one on Lewis, 4,027 square foot, and the other one on Main Street is the 5,359 square foot. The substandard setbacks for the new detached 2-car garage for the blue 1365 Main Street would have 0 setback in the rear and 2 feet where 3 is required on the side. And for ADU, currently we have the maximum height of 16 feet. This will be at 22, and we do not allow second-story ADU for detached where it is proposed here. Because it's asking for a rezone to PD, this is going to be the standard that they're requesting for. Okay, this is the 1365 Main Street floor plans. The project does include some remodel and additions. The additions of 365 square feet is going to be in the rear additions in blue there. And there's a lot of major interior alterations as well as some exterior alterations. And since this 1365 Main Street is is on the HRI list, this project did go to the HLC meeting. I'll go over that in a bit, but it's just showing you some elevations here. Starting first with the east elevations, which is the rear. This is where that additions is being proposed. The additions is removing a non-historic part of the property or the resident, and then on the bottom is the proposed addition. Okay, west elevation shows the front, some changes to windows and doors here. North elevation is just next to the driveway leading to the new 2-car garage. Again, repair and replacement of some window. You can see where the additions on the top is existing and will be removed, and that shows in pink. and on the bottom is the proposed. So you're going to lose the chimney and have the two additions, or two roof ridge on the rear. Okay, this is the south elevations, which is the shorter setbacks, the 5 feet. Some changes here in the windows. Architect will, or the applicant will go over more on the details of the changes here if needed. Part of the HOC, or Historical Landmark Commission's review of this for the recommendations for the SBA, they look at all the exterior changes. So the applicant prepared an extensive study, a window survey on the exterior to see what needs to be repaired and treated and replaced. This is the elevation of the ADU, showing you that is 22 feet 9 inches in height for that second story. It's going to be above the new proposed 2-car garage. There's a detached behind 1070 Lewis. This shows the floor plan. It's just a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom ADU. And for considerations of the major SBA analysis, there's an updated DPR forms to identify what's historic and what's non-historic structures on both the residents here. And the exterior alterations is consistent with the single-family design guidelines, as well as consistent with the Secretary of Interior's analysis. The proposed detached 2-car garage will be in similar locations as the existing 1-car garage and would not affect the appearance of 1365 Main Street, which is the historic property. And 2 more points here. The new second-story ADU above a 2-car garage is proposed on the new lot, 1070 Lewis, so away from the 1365, and that the proposed ADU is designed with similar architectural styles as the 1365. As for the rezone, is because the tentative parcel map is subdivided to 1 lot. It makes sense here. It's 2 houses on 1 lot, and it's an L shape. So subdividing it into 2 would require conformance with the zoning district. In this case, they're requesting for a PD zoning district, which allow creative development standards instead of going for variances, which they cannot make findings for since they're imposing this subdivisions and the new substandard lot and setbacks. Okay, so at HOC, it went on May 17 initially, and actually, sorry, the last recent one is the May 17, which the HOC considered, what they're considers for the preservation of the historic structures here is the 1365 only, and their compatibility of the proposed development with the historic buildings. Their actions was unanimously approved to recommend approval of support of the major SPA. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission's adopt resolutions to approve the major SBA permit based on the findings, the historical evaluations, treatment plan, and recommendations from HOC. And secondly, adopt a resolution to recommend City Council approve a rezone from the R16L single family to PD. Staff, and that concludes staff presentations. I'm here to answer any questions. The applicant here and has some presentations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Commissioners, any questions to staff?
Got a question.
Commissioner Boozer?
Is either one of those properties under the Mills Act? Just have a question.
Is the question both of them, or?
Yeah, either one of them. Either one under the Mills Act?
No, they don't have Mills Act now. They're
Okay.
requesting just for the 1365.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's not on the Mills Act.
does not have a Mills Act now.
Neither one.
Either one.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question to staff. How is this different from an SB 9 potential application?
Not much difference. You can do the same with SB 9 in terms of the physical subdivisions, keeping the 2 lot. I mean, the applicant can probably tell you more about their intentions in not doing that. They are aware of that. It was brought up, but they can talk to you a little bit more about that.
More specifically, maybe Xander, you can help. Is it because that this is in a historic that they would not be able to do an SB 9 by default because it it removes it from the ministerial category to become a discretionary because of its historic significance?
Historic properties are not subject to SB 9. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, that this project, technically, if it didn't have its potential historic resource, wouldn't even be here because it would have been a ministerial decision to allow for an SB 9 potentially, if it meets.
Excuse me, I believe the height of the ADU goes
well.
beyond the code, so they would have needed the
okay,
PD
just
for
for the
the ADU, yes. So that part would not be ministerial, but the lot split itself.
Would have. And our
Right.
current or future zoning ordinance allows for height of ADU to be how much?
25 feet?
Yeah.
1.5 stories.
Yes.
So that's the future zoning ordinance recommendation. Currently, they do not meet the zoning ordinance height requirement.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarifications. Any other questions of staff? No? Commissioner Salem?
So is the height of the ADU consistent with this architecture for the roof angles and so forth for that area? In other words, is the roof consistent with the historical nature of the properties?
The roof pitch, 512 here and about 712. So I would say similar, but not exactly the same.
So if the roof pitch was lowered, it would probably be inconsistent. That's kind of where the leading question is.
It doesn't have to be the same, so it could be compatible. Is that when you're?
No yes and no answers.
Politically correct. Okay. Seeing no other questions to staff, we will now open for the applicant through public we will open for public hearing. Okay. We'll invite the applicant to make their presentation. I'm trying to get this year right, by the way.
One second, let me just pull it up for him.
Good evening, Chairperson, Chair Carew, and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and consideration regarding 1365 Main Street. My name is Terry Wong, Project Manager for Robeson Homes. I'm joined here tonight by Sam Lee, our Director of Design, Sal Caruso, our architect, and Darren Holland, the Director of Operations, is joining us online. I'd like to begin the presentation by thanking Steve Lee for his help in guiding us to navigate the city's planning review process. Next slide. I want to start off by introducing Robeson Homes, the owner and applicant for this permit. We are a 34-year-old family-owned local Bay Area developer. We're proud of our work in the Bay Area, both the quality and longevity, and this initial slide shows some of the examples. The company's DNA is built on high-quality projects with thoughtful design and detailed craftsmanship. Next slide, please. We have over 20 years of historic rehabilitation and preservation experience. I'm going to go through 4 examples really quick. This is the 1913 Old School. Next slide. This is the 1902 Thrash House. Next slide. This is the 1930 Silva House. Next slide. And this is the 1896 Rodriguez House. In total, we've completed 10 historic rehabilitation projects over the last 20 years. Next slide. The existing site plan consists of 2 homes, 1365 Main, constructed around 1912, and 1070 Lewis, constructed around 1930, on a single L-shaped parcel. The parcel also contains 3 accessory structures, 2 one-car garages, and 1 storage shed. Next slide. This is the proposed site plan. Overall, the vision is to take a non-conforming parcel with 2 older housing units and address the larger problem of limited and aging housing stock. And we'll do that in 3 ways. First, we'll rehabilitate and remodel 1365 Main into a functional home, adding the home back into the housing stock. Second is adding to the existing housing stock by constructing an ADU, which is affordable by design. And the ADU will be over the new detached garage at 1070 Lewis. And number 3, we're going to do this without displacing any current residents. 1070 Lewis is non-historic and is currently occupied by a long-term resident, and the home will remain occupied by that resident during and after our project. 1365 Main is a historic resource, and it will be rehabilitated in conformance with historic preservation standards, preserving the character of the house and the character of the neighborhood. 1365 will gain a larger rear addition and a detached two-car garage in order to make it suitable for current lifestyles and current living standards for a Silicon Valley family. And part of this application also includes adding the Mills Act. Finally, I guess some of you may be asking why we're doing this now, and the answer is because we have a long-term previous relationship with the current occupant of the property. And so when the property came to market, we engaged the owners and purchased the property, which we closed on back in August of 2021. So our plan is to sell 1365 Main and continue to rent 1070 Lewis to the current residents and rent out the new ADU. And we have reached out to the 3 immediate neighbors regarding the design of this project. Next slide. So this project is designed to fit into the existing fabric of the neighborhood. The PD request is nothing more than codify what currently exists on the parcel and in the existing neighborhood. The subject property is represented by a red star on this map, on this parcel map, and will subdivide the existing 9,000 square foot lot into 2 lots. And the two new lots will not conform with the existing R16 zoning in 2 ways. One, the new lot sizes will be less than 6,000 square feet, which is true of 47% of the neighboring properties, and the lot widths, which are currently 54 feet and 38 feet respectively, are less than the 60-foot width required by code, and 70% of the properties have the same condition. So looking at this, the yellow shows the properties that do not meet the 60-foot width requirement. The orange, if you can see the orange, shows lots that do not meet the 6,000 square foot lot requirement. And the hatched brown actually shows lots that do not meet either of those requirements. And so this PD proposal fits into, so the new ADU is proposed on 1070 Lewis as part of the new 2-car garage, and the ADU requires a PD. The PD proposal fits into the existing neighborhood. After this PD, the L-shaped parcel would be colored brown, would be given a new lot line, and the red star would basically be changed into a red square. The red squares represent current ADUs in the neighborhood that are 2-story, and the red outline represents parcels with 2-story homes or additions. So it fits exactly in. Next slide, please. The exterior of 1365 Main has been adequately maintained. It is in good condition. As Steve mentioned, there's a 1940 additions in the rear and a 1960s addition in front. Next slide. The interior of the home has been modified and currently has 2 separate living units, each with its own living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. And we were not able to find any building permits related to this modification. You can see in the pictures that the interior conditions are drastically different. However, both are equally unlivable. The bedroom on the remodeled side is not up to code, and since there's no egress window, and the other side is dilapidated. Next slide. These are the elevations that Steve showed. Next slide. This is the existing east and south elevations. Next slide. This is the window survey, and it basically shows which windows were recommended for rehabilitation, removal, or replacement. Next slide. Although the interior details don't fall under the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, we seek to be faithful to the original interior design details. And for 1365 Main, we have documented the interior trim details from the original portion of the house and plan to incorporate these design elements into the final design. Next slide. This slide shows the exterior of the other structures on the property. The top 2 pictures are the front and rear of 1070 Lewis. Since the time we've purchased the property, we have repainted the exterior, replaced the carpet, and installed a new washer and dryer for the current residents. Additional deferred maintenance on the house will be done as needed. And on the bottom, you see the 3 accessory structures, the 2 garages and 1 sheds. Next slide. This is 1070 Lewis from the front. The only thing that's changing is the removal of the pop-out on the left side. This is to widen the driveway to 10 feet to make the garage accessible to cars. Next slide. These are all 4 elevations of the proposed garage and ADU at 1070 Lewis. As you can see, there are no windows on the south elevation or the east elevation, which are facing the existing neighbors. There's a 4-foot side setback on the east and a 5-foot rear setback to the south as required. And as we mentioned earlier, we have reached out to these immediate neighbors and walked them through these plans. Next slide. In conclusion, this project in its own small way addresses everything that is difficult with the larger housing issues that hinder the Bay Area and Santa Clara, which is a limited and aging housing stock. This project, in its small way, is a part of the larger solution. It will take a 100-year-old historic house that is currently uninhabitable and rehabilitate it and preserve the home, including a Mills Act contract for the current lifestyles and living standards so a family can move into it and live in it for the next 100 years. It creates an additional housing unit, an ADU, that's affordable by design, which adds to the constraint, an already constrained supply, so it's adding to the supply. And it won't displace a longtime resident by allowing the existing non-historic home to remain occupied. Additional off-site covered parking is provided, and there's an increase in home ownership opportunities by creating 2 legal parcels from 2 existing homes on 1. And by this PD, the city is given oversight to the property both now and in the future. So thank you for your time and consideration of this matter, and I ask the commission to approve the major property alteration and recommend rezone to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the applicant from commission members? Okay, thank you very much. We will now open the item for public comments. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item, please come forward. I see a hand online, but I will first give the option for any members in-house. Okay, staff, do you want to recognize?
Yeah, Leonard and Emily, if you can go ahead and unmute and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry, I raised my hand for earlier. It's not regarding this project. I knew there were some technical difficulties, so I just want to make sure because we're presenting for one of the future projects on the agenda.
Understood. Thank you, Leonard.
Sorry about the confusion.
No worries. And I think we have somebody in the room who'd like to address this project. Please come forward. Staff. Hi.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. My name is Julie Salinas. We have lived in the Old Quad for the last almost 10 years and love it here and have put a lot of money into renovating. Our project was very similar to this on Bellamy Street a few years ago. So actually I hadn't planned to talk on this one, but I love that they're trying to renovate and they're bringing back the historic home. That was our plan too. And we have a beautiful historic home on Bellamy Street that we've renovated, and we've renovated the small house next door. So I just want to urge you that if you put this project through and you plan to rezone it and do everything that they've asked for, that you put good conditions in that can protect the homes later so that you don't have people coming through and proposing to demolish what you've put in place to preserve the neighborhood and the look and the feel. Yeah, so I would just urge you that if you decide to do this PD, because they're kind of tricky and we're finding out later that fast forward to the future and that people don't seem to take the conditions as seriously.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I hadn't planned to speak, but just wanted to make sure that was said.
Thank you for being
so
here.
much.
Did we get the speaker's name, staff? Did you want to?
go ahead and fill out a speaker card, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. If you're here to speak on any project tonight, if you could fill out a speaker card, it'll help staff and the commission call you out accordingly. You're not required to, but highly encouraged, and we appreciate it always for the record. Okay. Seeing no other comments, I will encourage a motion to close public, or do we have a rebuttal?
The applicant does get a chance to rebut, since there was a public speaker.
Okay, I will not, huh? Okay. All right. If the applicant wants to come back, you are welcome to do so. Okay, Sal says we're good. Okay. Commissioner Boozer, go ahead.
The last speaker that we had making a public comment, she mentioned that you wanted to make sure that they keep everything looking, don't change things. One of the things that's going to not be able to change is since the one at 1365 Main Street, they, according to the owner, said that they were going to go ahead and put it under the Mills Act. So for sure, that property is not going to be able to be touched or changed and all reference to that. So I just want to make sure she's kind of put her mind at ease.
Okay, thank you. And yes, it'll come up as well. We'll address. Go ahead. Okay, so we will not close, but do you want to speak?
Just in response to that, we also did a historic DPR for 1070 Lewis, and it was not considered historic property.
Yes, thank you. And we appreciated all the work. All right, I will now encourage a motion to close public hearing.
So, Chair, I do have a question, if I may.
Public or for?
For staff.
Okay. Do you want to close public hearing or do you want to keep the public hearing open?
We can close the public hearing.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Biagini, and we'll come to you.
Sure.
And seconded by Commissioner Boozer.
Please register your votes. Commissioner Botnigar, did you want to register your vote?
I don't have the vote here.
You could voice vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. The motion passed.
So we just close public hearing. You're welcome to ask the question, Commissioner.
Thank you. Staff, the height of the ADU being 22 point some feet, and the upcoming ordinance going to 25 feet, that gives us some reassurance that we are not approving something way out of line, but it is out of line right now. Is there a timing that we can expect when this may become the norm, or we are far from that time?
When the height of an ADU becomes the norm? That's your question?
The 25 feet.
Yeah, so that is proposed as a part of our zoning code update, which will be coming to this commission shortly, within the next month and a half. There is, for everyone's reference, there is an updated version of the zoning code as of June of this year. So it includes comments made by the public throughout the process, as well as other departments, that is posted on our website. So you can take a look at those ADU standards right now if you like.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My excitement was because our zoning ordinance was already historic and the DPR could have been performed on that one, but that was just my immediate reaction. So, okay. Any other comments from members of Commission? Commissioner Lance.
I have one question. Yeah, what's the, how is the zero setback on the rear garage of the Main Street property being handled?
Sorry, how is it being what?
How is it being handled? What is it being, is it considered in a variance? Is it just being bundled in with the other recommendation?
Yeah, is part of the PD proposal, so whatever is described right here on the plans at 0 is locked in through the PD. It's not getting an additional variance on top of this. Yeah, this is going to be the standards. You're going to modify the setbacks or other structures here, you have to amend the PD.
Is there expected to be a fence between the properties, and will it run completely against that structure, or will it have a,
That's a question for the applicant. I don't think there is one proposed at this time.
There's a 6-foot good neighbor wood fence proposed, new 6-foot
Okay.
good neighbor wood fence. Is that what you're seeing, Commissioner Lenz?
yeah, I'm very confused a little by, actually a little confused by the property line division in adjacency to the, apparently a garage. With a 0 setback, your assumption is that it'll butt up to the garage on both corners. Is that what you're saying, and not actually continue smoothly behind it?
I cannot hear that last part.
Yeah, the zero setback, the building will be on the property line.
On the property.
Yes, so the fence, if the fence goes along the property line, it would be on either side of that structure. And the structure would serve as the fence, unless they set it back
Right.
more than 0 feet to fit a fence.
Exactly, you're like even 2 inches
Yeah,
or something,
yeah.
you could run it along the back, but if it's on the property line,
Yes.
then the fence butts to the corners of the structure. Got it.
And technically, just to go off of that same discussion, they would have to be what hour fire rated now because they are on the property line?
I believe fire code is 1 hour rated, but
They're still 1
I don't
hour
know fire
rated even
code
if they're,
exactly.
okay? We could
yeah.
technically make a recommendation, Commissioner Lance, but good catch. Okay? Any other comments? Okay, I will say my color commentary. I really appreciated all the hard work the applicant, the owner, and the architects have put into this project. I have my own special interest for historic resources. This is a craftsman bungalow, built 1911-12, as you can see, I read the DPR forms. But I do appreciate all who have contributed to analyzing this preservation and compliance to the Secretary of Interior standards, and appreciate you bringing it as a Mills Act contract property. Question to staff, since this is now a PD, this property will not be able to avail SB 9 in the future, correct? Because it will no longer be a residential zoning.
Yes, for the PD, and also is because it has a historic property on it. So
Only on one, what about the other?
Maybe a Xander question.
oh, if the Lewis Street one could then further be subject to SB 9.
I think it actually could
Yeah.
still be subject to SB 9. Yeah, the fact that it's called PD doesn't make it non-residential. But it would have to, I mean, provided it meets the minimum size requirements. There even, even SB 9 has some minimum size. I mean, we're getting pretty small now. I could check it, but.
Okay, could you please check on that? And while I continue, that I do appreciate the ADU, but that's where I was going with the SB 9 technically. They would meet the future zoning code requirement coming soon for the last 1 year, but hopefully next month. And so I, once the question is answered, would like to confirm that this is not subject to any more further subdivisions, and we don't create honeycomb homes here.
Okay, so the Lewis Street property would be over 3,000 square feet, and SB 9 for a subdivided property requires that the lot be no smaller than 1,200 square feet. But it also requires that one parcel not be smaller than 40% of the lot area, so I'd have to do the math.
Okay, can we just then make a condition?
Could you condition it so that it not be further subdivided?
If for SB 9, since it's a PD?
No, we can't get around SB. Well,
Could we make a condition that it be discretionary? Wow, I stumped Xander again.
last night was a very long night, so bear with me. Regrettably,
Okay, we won't go
don't
there.
think we can, I don't think we can get around SB 9.
Well, I looked at SB 9 and all it said was it has a zoning of R1 classification. Anything that is,
It actually said R1 in the statute?
yeah, residential. Well, R1 in the well, let me put it this way. The fact book. Unless ChatGPT was wrong. Okay, okay.
I read it on the internet. It must be true.
We can question ChatGPT all we want. All right, okay. Okay,
The way we drafted our ordinance, we only allow it on R1 lots. Yes. So we must have made the determination when we drafted that, that we could exclude PD lots. So under our ordinance, SB 9 will not apply once you take this action.
thank you, good assurance, but I didn't believe that you had any other intention other than preserving. I just wanted to go on the record with that, technically this property could have availed, again, SB 9 and would have landed at the same, I'm assuming. Even if you went through SB 9, you would have landed here. But the opportunity to bring here with the Mills Act and, of course, the historic resource requiring you to come here allows for this visibility that we could do something good with SB 9 as well. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Sander?
2 motions, please.
That was my question. You anticipated it correctly. All right, I'd like to make a motion, recommendation number 1, which reads, adopt a resolution to approve the major significant property alteration, SPA, permit based on the findings, comma, the historical evaluation, comma, the treatment plan, comma, and recommendation from the HLC, Historical Landmarks Commission. That's my motion.
Do I have a second? Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Biagini, second by Commissioner Boozer.
Please register your votes. Thank you. And the motion passes.
Thank you again for a great project, and we truly appreciate you staying local and supporting local. All right.
Isn't there one more?
There is
motion?
one more vote. Yeah, Mr. Caruso, your project's not approved yet. You might want to just wait 30 more seconds.
There's 2 recommendations. We only did a
One more-
motion on the first
One more
one.
recommendation to make.
So hang tight. Shall I?
Yes, Commissioner
Okay.
Biagini, I appreciate it.
I'd like to make a motion on the second recommendation from staff, which reads,
Oh, that's what.
adopt a resolution to recommend the city council approve a rezone from R1-6L, single-family residential, to PD, plan development based on findings and conditions of approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Biagini, seconded by Commissioner Wang.
Thank you. Please register your vote. Great, thank you. And the motion passed.
You can run now.
Good night.
Thank you.
I'm still trying. Okay. We now move to the next order of item. This is a consideration of a rezone to planned development for a first and second story addition at 1485 Bellamy Street. Staff?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just 1 second as I pull this up. All right, item 3, 1485 Bellamy is requesting also here rezone to PD, but first, just explain the history here. Is the current zoning district, sorry, not the current rezone, current zoning district was approved for PD back in late 2016, and it has the conditions to limit the additions at 1485 Bellamy, the subject site, to no more than 500 square feet or 3 bedrooms. And this rezone request before you is to amend that PD or rezone PD to a PD to allow a 615 square foot first floor additions and the 1,008 square foot second story additions of a non-historic residence that is within 200 feet of a historic resource. So a little bit on why it is a rezone and a little bit on the site here. This pin on the left, that's the 1485. Adjacent to that, it's a 1479 Bellamy. This is one lot, and they split that, similar to the projects before this, into 2 lots, and they need a PD to make that happen. And this here, 1485, is requesting to add more than the 500 limitation. Okay. This is the house next door, 1479 Bellamy. This is a historic, on the historic resource inventory. And there are other nearby HRI property, and this is the 1456 across the street, as shown in the aerial there. The project went before the HLC on December 1st with lots of recommendations from HLC for revisions, mainly to reduce the mass and adding on details and reduces further setbacks. And so reduce the 25-foot stucco wall, which they originally have. I'll show you that what was proposed before and now, and correct the project data collections, provide roof plans so to be consistent and compatible, provide sketch of the 2 neighbors so they can compare the 2 1479 and 1485 next to each other, explore the basement addition so that they don't have to add on to the second story, meet the maximum 40% lot coverage where the first original proposal did not, change roof style to be compatible with the immediate neighborhood, and reduce the mass to be compatible with the HRI property. So this is the project data here showing you on the right in red was what was originally proposed. So previously they added 754 square feet on the ground floor, 1,300 on the top, and that's the footprint of the lot is 43% over our 40%. The lot is tiny, 3,824 square foot, and it's narrow as well. So this is the site plan. The proposal does have 5 feet side yard setback on the 2 sides and 20 in the front, and a existing non-conforming 17 feet and 10 for the front yard setback. The existing first floor on the left side is just a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, single-family residence, and then proposed first floor. Let me see here. This is the original proposed first floor. That's 1 bedrooms and expansions to the rear for a great room and a kitchen. So the second floor in the previous or the original is a long 55-foot wall width on the second floor, and they reduced that based on the HLC recommendations to 41 feet. That will reduce their second floor additions. On the second floor is now proposed as 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. As for the height, overall height originally was 27.5-foot height. You can see it's all stucco and no architectural elements to break the 2 second story and the first story. And there's no rear step back. And in the front, there's a 15-foot step back. So as revised after getting recommendation from HLC, first they reduced down to 25, and then after there's another HLC meeting on February 2nd, after that meeting they reduced even further down to what's before you now is 24 feet in height. They add the rear step back where there was none, now to 9 feet, and then the front is now reduced to 13 feet 10, but is still substantially more than what the design guideline asked for, which is 3 to 5 feet in the front. And they replaced the stucco with sidings and also the roof to hip to make it compatible with the existing house and the adjacent HRI property. And the element of the stucco, breaks down that vertical mass and makes it looks like it's more. There's adding on a horizontal feature. Also, let me see if I include it here. This is the elevations that shows in comparison of the 1479 next to the 1485 proposal to make sure that it's compatible in at least hip style and architectural and some element like the sidings. So the proposal came back to February 2nd HOC meeting where HOC review the revisions and still recommend denial of the project for the following reason, that the proposed massing overshadows the adjacent HRI property at 1479 Bellamy. The proposed additions will have adverse effect to the historic fabric of the neighborhood. And while other two-story residents exist nearby, the proposed design and massing would have a significant impact to the immediate setting. And complying with the existing PD zoning restrictions limiting additions to no more than 500 square feet serves to prevent overshadowing of the HRI property. So basically, they want to keep it to prevent impacts to the 1479 Bellamy. As for the design and single-family zoning consistency analysis here, so the proposal is proposing 24 feet for the maximum height. This is one less than the 25 maximum allowed in the R1 districts. Second-story addition steps back to 13, more than the 3 to 5 recommended by the design guidelines, and 9 to the rear, again, more than the 3 to 5. Where they don't have the step back is the side, because the additions, the house itself is narrow, and making it impractical to reduce 3 to 5 feet on both sides of this. The width, I believe, is only 20 feet or so, like a garage size. And the second-story windows will meet the minimum 5-foot window sill height to reduce privacy impact. And then they changed the hip roof and sidings to be comparable features as the adjacent HRI property at 1479. They reduced because they reduced the length of the wall on the second story, and the additions on the rear, the ground floor. That puts them at that 66% of the second floor to first floor ratio, which is what's recommended in the design guidelines, and it's reduced down to 40% maximum lot coverage. As for the rezone, they have to go through this process because if you're already a PD, any changes, you have to amend the PD or basically rezone it again to PD if you want to make change. And in this case, they need that for their first story and second story addition. And then it's consistent with the general plan, very low density, and the project is exempt from CEQA. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission's adopt resolutions to recommend City Council approval of the rezone to plan of development to allow the first and second story additions to the 1485, and just make a determination that the project is categorically exempt from Class 1 existing facilities. That concludes staff presentations. The applicant owner is here and has the presentations as well, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions to staff? Okay, we will wait for the applicant presentation.
Okay.
With that, we open public comment and invite the applicant first. Please come forward.
Yeah.
Hello, folks.
The lot open.
All right. Thank you for having us here. Steve did a great job of presenting our project. So some of this is going to be repeat, but really in the end, we want to kind of tell our story and where we're at. So this is our project, 1485 Bellamy. Next slide. So just a little bit about ourselves. My name is Giovanni Bowie. I'm assistant principal and educator for 23 years in the area. My wife Priscilla could not make it here. Ironically, she's close to one of our sister cities right now, out at work as an Apple employee. And we bought this house a few years ago. We're both home, from the Bay Area. I'm actually from Santa Clara and have grown up here, and really didn't think that there was an opportunity for an educator to afford a single-family home here in the area. And so when we started looking for a home, we were looking for our dream home. 1485 is a great place, but it's also in a great neighborhood. So 668 square feet is definitely not, a dream home for, a young family. But it is, what we could afford and what we're getting into. So as a part of the process, when we purchased the home, we knew that there was an opportunity that we wanted to explore with the planning department around what our opportunities are to expand the home. So next slide. So some of our objectives are to be in front of you guys and go through the whole process. That has been a great learning experience and has been, a long process that we're willing to go through, and we think our project is better for it. So we thank everybody for the opportunity. But we're here to ask for a rezone to build a larger single-family home as our dream home for a growing family. But also, Santa Clara is about family, and it's about potentially a multi-generational family where we can take care of grandparents or parents in the near future. This is maybe not one of our objectives, but I think stated in the last presentation is that we want to, that since this project was rezoned in 2018, that our climate around housing has changed very drastically. And we want to kind of be along with that and help promote more inventory for single housing demands in the area. Next slide. All right, so as Steve has already presented to us, it was two big factors, even though there was a long list that he already presented to us, in that we went to the Historical Commission and we want to make it clear to planning that we heard them, right? And that we took a lot of things into account, and Steve presented a lot of that. So number one is reduce the massing, right? Like, let's not overshadow any of the homes in the neighborhood, especially the historical resource. And then also to make sure that the aesthetics, right, are consistent with, any of the neighboring homes and the old quad as well. So we definitely took that feedback, and especially around the height and the square footage. Next slide. So we kind of seen it in really three areas. So number one was design, and again, we're just repeating some of the things that were already said. Is that the stucco, we heard that we didn't want to make like a giant brick house kind of looking home, so we changed it to siding to be a little bit more compatible with our neighbors. We're also planning on adding finishes that would, kind of be consistent with the old quad, but also kind of brighten it up a little bit. We changed the roof design from gable to hip for a multitude of reasons. One, to be consistent with what the home is right now and to our neighboring home, but also to lead into the massing, to reduce the height and make it, not to overshadow any neighboring homes. So these are all kind of details that have already been presented by Steve, but we wanted to make sure that, it was understood that, throughout this process that we changed the roof height and the style several different times after a lot of feedback and consideration, and that we want to be a part of this neighborhood, and that's why we made these changes, right? The scaling down, all those numbers were presented. There's a little bit more detail there, but that we went from 2,800 square feet to 2,291. So those are significant changes that we want to make sure that everybody considers that we've made efforts to move towards. Next slide. So I think the other question is, whether this project is going to fit into the neighborhood. So our home is the blue home right there, and this is all the homes within a square block of us. All the red homes are all two-story buildings or homes that are above 20 feet. So they're single-family homes, they're apartment buildings. So the Old Quad is, historical, but it is also kind of a eclectic neighborhood. So we kind of wanted to list that out. So there's about 24 homes within a square block of us that represent, pretty large-size home comparable to what we're proposing. Which represents about 35% of the immediate area. Next slide. So here's just kind of a presentation of some of those homes, right? So this is immediately on our block, 1425 Bellamy, 507 Madison, right next to the dog groomers, right? All two-story homes that are very different from each other and a little bit more modern looking. Next slide. Here, kind of behind us on Jefferson is, a multi-unit apartment complex, and then also a single-family home that is very different, but two-story nonetheless in a Spanish style. Next slide. This is directly across from us. And so this is an apartment building right across from us, again, two-story, very similar to a complex that I grew up in Missiontown, off of Deborah Street. So next slide. And here, originally, when we were going through the process and we were told that there was a historical home in the neighborhood, we just initially thought that this would be that home, right? It seems to us that it is the most historical, but it is actually not. And so another two-story home directly across from us and one house over, which is, I'm pretty sure is over 25 feet and the largest building on our block and in the immediate neighborhood. Next slide. And so we already saw this picture. This is one of two historical resources within 200 feet of our home. And, ironically, some of the changes that we want to make is very similar to this home, right? Which is to make a second story. It is going to be set back to the back. So kind of from the front, it's really hard to tell that there's even a second story. There is limited setback. So it's set flush to the back, but on one side, I believe is like a 1-foot step in. And it's due to the small lot sizes in that area. So it is very difficult to step in and have a functional home. So next slide. So just in summary, we just wanted to make sure that, everybody understood that we're within the single-family home standards with the exception of the step-ins that I just talked about, and that we really did take the changes that the HLC feedback had given us and for the planning department to heart and made some significant changes around reducing square foot and height of the home, changing the exterior siding and the roof style, on trend with other projects in the neighborhood, and increasing, single-family housing in the neighborhood, which hopefully is an addition, right? I really don't think that we came into this intention of disrespecting any kind of code or previous PDs or anything like that. We were just looking for an opportunity to have our dream home, right? And as simple as that. So I really thank you guys for this opportunity, and I want to make sure that I hope you guys would be able to support our project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the applicant from members of commission? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Okay, hold. Commissioner Boozer?
No, I just want to make a comment here. It's incredible, that street. I'm very familiar with the house. It's actually the ones that you thought it was a historical home. I saw it being built at the time. And you neglected to mention there's another one just further down that is either like a Spanish-style two-story. And then on top of that, you have the apartment building that doesn't make any sense being there at all. But I see it. And I think what you're doing is great, and I wish you well. I think you're really going to improve that area there.
Thank you, Commissioner Boozer. We will now entertain public comment. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item, please come forward. If you have not already done so, could you please hand your name in to staff for the record.
Yeah, we have a couple speakers who submitted speaker cards, so if you would,
Go
I do that now or after?
that's okay, you can go ahead and speak.
All right, so hi, my name is Anting. I'm a South Bay YIMBY. So Mr. Giovanni is a really nice guy, and educators like him really need to be able to afford homes in this area. Teachers are getting priced out of this area, and like the only teachers that can afford to live here are the ones that marry tech workers. So now we have like a teacher shortage and schools are closing. It's very nice that he's expanding this home to house his future children, and we need more children here. It's really hard to be able to raise a family. And he already made so many concessions on this project, and looks like a great project. It makes this house better fit in this neighborhood, and sounds like he made a lot of great faith effort to make this a good project, so I ask you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We have a couple speakers who filled out cards, Julie Salinas, Candida Diaz, Ann Kepner.
Good evening, commissioners. I am Julie Salinas. Again, I talked to you a bit ago. We are the previous owners of 1485 Bellamy. We did something very similar to the previous project. And at the time, when we did the PD, there were a lot of people that were opposed because they were worried that something like this would happen, especially putting a lot of money into a historic house next door. So the Planning Commission put through some clear objectives that you couldn't add more than 500 square feet and a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house to 1485 Bellamy Street. So we were very clear with that. And when we went to sell the home, we were excited because we had created this house for educators. An educator, great. We were so excited that he could afford a home in Santa Clara, and that was one of our objectives in being able to split the lot, was to be able to make 2 affordable houses instead of tear the whole thing down and build a giant one like what had happened across the street or something like that. So some of our reasons for proposing the rezoning would be that from our application would allow the preservation of the established single-family residential development character for this block. So this was the workers' cottages along this block, and so there have been a lot of other structures that have come up that are 2-story or not consistent with that. And then also to increase the city's housing stock with adequate choices of housing tenure, type, and location, and affordability, like Gio had mentioned before. So having a smaller house like this that we completely renovated in 2014 was really, we felt like a wonderful thing for the neighborhood. And then, so in regards to some of the points that the applicant made on their application, it says, with regards to point A, that the existing zoning is inappropriate or inequitable to add just 500 square feet. At the time of the PD zoning just 6 years ago, the Planning Commission determined that this was the best use of this particular 3,800 square foot parcel and home. It's a very small lot. With regard to their point B, that this maintains the similar architectural features and 2-story height similar to other neighbor residences in the neighborhood. This block, again, was originally workers' cottages, all very small. That they are all, the homes directly next door are small 600 square foot houses, and another one next to us is 600 square feet. Our home is 900 square feet, and we built a basement to be in keeping with the footprint of the block in the old quad in this particular area. With regard to another point that they made, that the proposed project would increase property values.
You are at time.
Oh, that's 2 minutes, sorry.
You're giving her your 2 minutes? Okay, we need to ask the chair. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
Oh, sorry. Is
So,
that okay?
the next speaker.
We're newbies to this.
No,
We
no,
don't come
that's
here
fine,
much.
that's fine.
It's okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Is it okay if I take his?
Yes.
Thank you. The proposed project would increase property values, is what they're proposing, but we feel like that it would really stick out like a sore thumb on this block with really small houses, and the one behind us even, I know our neighbor, he's a little too quiet maybe to speak up, we'll see. But he's been disappointed too that it could really overshadow his smaller home on the back too. With regards to another point that they've made, that the zone change is required by public necessity, because these are all listing out of reasons to have a PD, or public convenience or the general welfare of the city. We believe this actually doesn't do anything. Oh, and it says would facilitate the maintenance and preservation of the existing house on the project site, but they're proposing to tear it all down except for the garage. And this home was originally, we renovated it down to the studs in 2014, so it is well maintained. With regards to a point D that they made, the proposed zone would allow imaginative planning and design concepts that would otherwise be restricted in other zoning districts, and the proposed zone would allow for the maintenance, again, of the existing house on the smaller parcel. But again, this is a completely renovated home that they're proposing to tear down, and we made it clear when we sold the house that these limitations were on it, that it was a 500 square foot addition and only a 3-2, because we didn't want to shoot ourselves in the foot here when we rezoned it to have something that overshadows our backyard too. So we're asking you to please stick to the limitations that you set at the end of 2016. It was just 6 years ago. The housing hasn't changed that much dramatically. And by allowing a 1,700 square foot addition to make it an almost 2,300 square foot house on a 3,800 square foot parcel and demolishing a perfectly good entry-level home, this goes against all the reasons that we rezoned it to PD in the first place, and in addition, overshadows our historic home. So of course, I want Gio and Priscilla to have their wonderful dream house. I really do, and we were so excited when they bought it. But this isn't just the parcel or the neighborhood for this large of a structure.
Thank you.
And we made it clear 6 years ago. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you being here. Any other, please come. Staff? Calling for her name.
And your name?
My name is Candida Diaz.
Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Candida Diaz. I thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly about this project. So I speak to you today as a Santa Clara community member. Just to give a little background about myself, I grew up in Santa Clara. I attended school in Santa Clara up through 8th grade. I graduated from Santa Clara University, and when I married, my husband and I bought a house here in Santa Clara 18 years ago. I have been serving on the City of Santa Clara's Cultural Commission for the last 6 years. I'm the chair. I sit on the city stationary task force, so I am very personally invested in Santa Clara, just so that you understand. So I want to voice my support for this project at 1485 Bellamy. I've looked at the plans for the proposed home, and I believe it would be a great addition to the neighborhood. The house as it stands is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath with only 710 square feet. And I actually know this home very well, not just because I live in Santa Clara, but I also was the real estate agent that represented the Bowies on the purchase of this property. This proposed project at 1485 falls in line with the neighborhoods. The Bowies have taken into account the community feedback, the recommendations of the Historic Homes Committee. The proposed style and design of the home fits in beautifully with the surrounding homes. There are homes similar, as was mentioned, to this proposed project in very close proximity, and even a larger one directly across the street, and we saw those pictures. Ones in similar design as to the proposed project that already exist in the immediate neighborhood. And they mentioned the apartment building that's just opposite of this house on Bellamy. So I think we have to keep in mind that the city of Santa Clara was meant to support families. We have families, people wanting to live in this great city of ours, and especially with the housing crisis, I think we need to support families in the home. The ultimate intention of the Bowies is to stay in this home long-term and to have a family. So we should be supporting projects like these, and I ask you to consider approving this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for all your service.
We have Ann Kepner, Jonathan Evans, and Patricia Lung.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ann Kepner. I am a resident of the city of Santa Clara. I have lived here approximately 30 years. I live just over a half mile from this particular property, and I'm familiar with it in part because I know the Bowies, but also because my sons went to Booksher Middle School and my daughter went to St. Clair's, so I drove past this home frequently. And while I didn't have a specific appreciation for this particular home at the time, I did have an appreciation for this block and the eclectic nature of this block, as has been mentioned and shown in the photographs that were displayed earlier this evening. I'm here to support the project. Additional housing is needed in Santa Clara. Additional single-family homes are needed in Santa Clara. I'm familiar with the Bowies' involvement with the city staff that have been gracious and supportive of their efforts. I'm familiar with their presentations in front of the HLC and their efforts to obtain the rezoning that's needed to build the project that they have desired to build, and that is to convert this home from a 1-bedroom, 1-bath to a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom to accommodate a growing, expanding family. During this long process, the applicants have received input from the city staff and from the community members, and in response, as we've seen, they've made substantial changes and adjustments to their original plan, to both the interior and the exterior. No project is perfect. The applicants have compromised and arguably now present a better plan and better project moving forward. The project will result in an increase in our city's housing inventory, and as many of us have commented, that is critical to the vibrancy of our community. If there is not sufficient housing inventory for young families in our community and they're not able to live here, we will experience a lack of engagement, increased isolation of our aging population. Geo Bowie has an elderly mom, and their intention is to have her live with them when the property is large enough. And we'll have declining enrollment in our schools. We need projects like this. This is an opportunity to make a difference for the families of Santa Clara. Thank you for your consideration of this project.
Thank you for being here.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association, and I'm also a neighbor who lives a couple blocks away from the house. I did want to highlight a few things, as I think was mentioned by Julie Salinas, that when they bought this house, they did know about the restrictions, and those restrictions were put in to preserve and keep the house subordinate to the historic home next to it, and also preserve kind of that eclectic, that very cottage nature that was in the area. And that was one reason that the commission put that through. I do know a few of us warned them that PD could blow up in there and not have the same consequences that they expected. And this just shows like what's happening here today. I do feel for the need for housing, and certainly would like to see more housing. But if we really want to have more housing stock, maybe they should consider an ADU in the back. That might actually address the nature of having additional units, as opposed to just expanding what is probably a very good starter house right now and making it a much larger, maybe not starter house in the future. If they really did want to do a design, they might want to consider doing a basement expansion and then using that 500 additional feet that they have off the back to really get space while still keeping the house compatible with the one next door to it, or even considering doing like a roof with dormers or something to keep the height kind of more consistent. Overall, like the current design does look a lot more like the infill development that you see, those kind of like random four unit, like giant homes that kind of overshadow the little cottages. And fortunately, this is just, creating more of that. So, I would like to call on the Planning Commission to, preserve the PD that's there. It was put there for good reason from the original applicants, and the people who bought the house knew what they were buying when they got it. So, thanks.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commission, for letting me talk. My name is Patricia Long. I'm the current chair of the HLC, and I'm speaking on my own. First, unrelated topic, I do frown upon commissioners expressing their opinions on the project prior to public comments, as the City Attorney's Office knows very well. So I will stick with my opposition for this particular project because the massing of the house that the project would propose will be overshadowing the historic resource. Everything that Jonathan said was actually everything that we on HLC had proposed going in the basement is feasible. As the previous owner has proven on the historic property, they did go in the basement to reduce the massing. And you've seen there are the poorly done infill projects like around the area. Those are the things that we're trying to prevent from happening in the future. So, in part of the drawing, you did still see the big wall. Putting board sidings on it instead of stucco doesn't eliminate the big wall, as you know. So they know what they bought. There were restrictions in place. I think some of you were actually on HLC when we talked about this project the first time, where the restrictions were put in place in the original PD to ensure that any addition to this particular property will stick to the smaller scale where it is appropriate for the neighborhood and such. So, I implore you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any other members?
Hello. Hi, my name is Winnie Yamakita, and I'm here to speak on support of this project. When Giovanni mentioned that it was so hard to become a homeowner here, I felt that in my bones. Like the only way we can afford to live here now is to buy a shack, a 700 square foot home that he bought. He wants it to be his dream home. He wants it to expand it because I don't think in any world we think that 700 square feet is good enough to raise a child. He's an educator, and I think we need to stand behind him to be able to provide futures for our children in the city. And I am aware that in the surrounding cities, there have been elementary schools closing. Just last year, there were 2. And what that means is that in 5 years, high schools will close because of the declining enrollment. And I think it's important for the city to be behind, not, how should I say this? That the city really does support this and it doesn't become a precedent in the future to deny these projects.
Thank you for being here. Do we have any members online?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's 2 members with hands raised online.
Could we please recognize them in order?
Rob Mayer, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Rob Mayer, architect, former planning commissioner, and 4-year architectural committee member. The one thing I want to say here is when someone buys a home in the old quad, they really need to do their research and understand context. And I've designed a lot of 1.5-story additions to homes or new ADUs, and including my garage ADU around the corner, that fits into the 1-story context. I have a 1-story home next to me that's lifted up 4 feet, much like the Salinas' houses. And I built a 1.5-story garage with dormers and a steep pitch roof, and it's the same height, but it has low eave lines. And the low eave lines give it the 1-story feeling. These tall eave lines and these blank walls on the sides are more like the apartment building. And let's talk about that. Apartment buildings destroyed a lot of our old quad. Yes, they provided housing, but it was done during a period where they destroyed historic homes, and we're not doing that anymore. That's why we're doing preservation. And I'm all for somebody expanding their home, but they need to do it sensitively. And there's an easy way to do this. And I've told them that before at the historic. You do a steep pitch roof with dormers. You can get plenty of square footage up there. You will be a similar form as the Salinas' house next door, and everybody's happy. Those walls on the side, they don't follow the design guidelines with step-ins. It's a 24-foot wide house. You can still step it in if you're creative. But even if you do a live-in roof, your dormers can pretty much come out to the exterior wall as being proposed, but that 1-story roof line breaks up the massing and is more compatible. So I implore this Planning Commission to listen to the Historic Commission, ask it for a redesign to be more compatible. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Any other speakers online?
Yeah, we have one more. Lucy, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. This is George Harrell. Speaking on behalf of Lucy Harrell. We're residents of the Old Quad neighborhood. We are calling in opposition to this change. We request that you deny a PD change. Unfortunately, I think the PD process is abused too much within the city, and we're currently dealing with a different project, again, related to PD. It's becoming a problem because it's abused. And unfortunately, it's being abused for the benefit of the real estate industry locally. So please deny this project and stick to the current zones. The applicant, in this case, knew exactly what he was buying. Please respect the old quad. Otherwise, we're going to lose it forever. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Anybody else?
We have no other hands online.
Thank you. Any rebuttal from the applicant?
Hello, folks. I just want to come back up here and just thank the folks that are in support. Again, I know that rezoning and PD is a very sensitive issue. And, and in some respects, there are people that are trying to take advantage of it and do, for their own benefit. This is not necessarily, I don't feel like our project is that we're trying to, change the laws. We're going through the process. We're trying to learn. Again, we're not in real estate, right? I'm in the business of helping people, right? And I think for once in my life, I wanted an opportunity for other people to support me, right? As I've supported thousands of families. And I think this is the only way that we felt like we can get into, again, a wonderful neighborhood, something we could all agree on. And that we were aware of some parameters, but we also were aware once we went to the planning department that there were different opportunities. So we wanted to go through the process, and I think that Historical Commission gave a lot of different recommendations, and I think we, with good consciousness, can say that we did our best to fulfill a lot of those things, but in the end, this is still our home, right? This is still something that we want to do for ourselves, but at the same time, be able to complement the neighborhood and do what's best for the neighborhood. Like I said, I grew up here. Right, I want to see this place thrive. Right, there's a lot of things within our city that we could do better. Right, and we think, just like the last project, we think that this is a small part of that. So again, we have no ill intentions. We're just, trying to do the best for ourselves and the city as a whole. So thank you very much for everybody that's supporting.
Could you please stay back for questions?
Sure.
Commissioner Biagini.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, and that goes for everybody here tonight, because this is a tough issue, and I'm also very familiar, along with my fellow commissioners, of the issues surrounding affordable housing. But let me ask you something. Have you considered or looked at, I hear about the blank wall and the issue of stucco versus siding. Is that something you would change to adapt to the request of the folks that are concerned about the blank wall?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are, other additional things that we can do to kind of break up the wall in terms of having a little bit of.
Well, I mean, compatible with what they're recommending.
Yeah, I think we've done the best that we could at this point. I think there are some, aesthetic things that we can do, but I think the step-in portion of it, if that's what you're referring to, is, I think, a difficult portion because, our home is almost like a East Coast row home. It's very, very narrow.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I'm just trying to understand what other options you are still willing to consider. And I'm also curious about the going underground, I say that, basement. Yeah. Is that something you're willing to consider?
Yeah.
And if so, or if not, why not?
Yeah, I think that is something that we talked about as a family, and that's just not the style of home that we wanted to live in, right? Like we have family members that are just not very comfortable in an underground setting, and some of that is for special needs, but some of that is also cultural. As well. So that is, again, something that we considered and we understand, so we did our best to be able to drop the height to the best that we could.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, regarding the going stucco through instead of the siding, I think siding would fit the area better. As a matter of fact, there's a house right on the corner of Bellamy and Monroe that, believe it or not, it has tiles that are made out of asbestos. And they did those things long time ago. If you know the house, if you go down the street when you get to Monroe, it'd be, on the left-hand side, right there in the corner house, is student housing now. Yeah. They ran to the university, so that's what that thing has in there. And I think this changes. I think what you do, I tend to agree with that project. I think
Thank you,
we'll
Commissioner
make it
Boozer.
better.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
So I'm trying to understand, 6 years ago when you bought the property, there were these laws entrenched, right? The PD change, et cetera. I'm trying to understand what made you now, what changed that makes you request another change?
Yeah, I think I want to address a couple of things. So we originally did have stucco, and we went to siding. So that's a part of our plans now. We were not a part of the process for the PD 6 years ago. We just bought our home 2 years ago, right? So when we bought our home, we were thinking of expanding it in the first place, and then we also knew some of the restrictions, but also wanted to inquire, just about other opportunities. And what we ran up on is that there was an opportunity to ask for a rezone and go through this process, right? Like, we could have expanded our home and got permits without going through this process, right? But we knew that there was an opportunity for this as well. We were not involved in the original PD, so that's not our PD, right? That was PD that was existing when we bought the home.
Okay, and one just quick follow-up.
Yes, sir.
It's great to have seen you be very flexible to the needs of the HLC as much as you could. Is there still room there? You've heard, this question has been asked earlier, but I'm trying to be very clear that you still have opportunity to better match some of the requests that the neighbors have.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking about whether we're gonna go, lower, again, we addressed it with HLC 2 times around as well, and that, yes, we did consider it. But it's also our right to say no, that's not something that we want to do for our home. So yes, I don't want to make it look like, hey, you guys brought it up and we just didn't think about it. We thought long and hard about it. And we thought about all of the different things that we can change to kind of make compromises, right? There are compromises, and then there are also, people from the outside telling us what to do, and that's not necessarily, that's what it feels like a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to the applicant?
Yes.
Commissioner Crutchlow.
Thank you. It was recommended about looking into dormers, and I was wondering your thoughts about that and had you considered that or not?
Yeah, we talked about it with our architect as well, and again, that's something that we had considered, and but the change from the gable to the hip roof is what we decided on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I will entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Huang, seconded by Commissioner Biagini. I'll open the commission for additional discussion. Any question, Commissioner Huang?
Thank you, the
Pardon me,
motion
Chair,
passed.
we haven't had a vote yet.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Strike that.
It takes a minute.
Okay, I do. Commissioner Huang.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support this project. I fully understand homeowner's effort. Look at the height, 24 feet. To be honest, Santa Clara, our 25 feet height for single-family home, that's the lowest I'm aware in the Bay Area. The other one, 28, 30 feet for just our neighbor cities. So far, 25 feet, that's the lowest I know. Staff also present the changes you made to meet the HLC or other neighbors' requirement. I fully understand, and the homeowner, you're right. I think you are correct. I mean, you listen to the neighbors, you listen to the other HLC, other people, but finally, it's your home. You have the right to make the right decision, and nobody else care about this house, and you do. Thank you for your effort.
Thank you, Commissioner Wang. Any other members of the commission? Commissioner Biagini?
This is not an easy one for me because on the one hand, I absolutely appreciate the fact that we have a homeowner who did an awful lot to change the plans in a way that would come closer to the Historical Landmark Commission, which is important to me, okay? I'm still stuck on, look, you know, why not the siding on the blank wall? That to me, and believe me, I understand there's probably a cost factor that's a concern in here.
Siding, not stucco.
Okay, so can we, I don't know if we should make that a condition.
It is.
It is, okay. Thank you. Because that was something that, to me, should not be that hard to do. But I also recognize that, hey, there were conditions when it was bought. All right, was that clear? Was that not clear? It wasn't your PD, it was somebody else's. Okay, there's arguments on both sides of that. You've gone far in meeting what the HLC wanted. Thank you for the comment on the siding. I also am very concerned about housing in Santa Clara. I think most people don't recognize what the impetus is on the city to increase housing, whether we like it or not. The state will step in. That said, you know, quite frankly, I want to hear more comments from my colleagues because I'm not sure there's a balancing act here. Okay, I'd like to hear from my other colleagues before I determine my vote.
Any other comments, Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Sure. Thanks. Thanks, Chair. And just to kind of try to think through this pretty contentious issue, I try to put myself in the shoes of the homeowner, right? So once you buy the home, once I buy a home, I have bought the rights to it. So thereafter, there are only two questions remaining. One is, any changes that I make or propose, are they per the laws? And the staff are recommending that they are as per the laws. They've made the changes that they could make. They've repeatedly done the changes. And now staff is recommending. They are the experts on what the laws are and what laws apply. So the other thing that applies is the compatibility with the neighborhood. And I make that a secondary point because it's subjective. You know, what's compatible, what is not, to some extent is just subjective. There are no objective criteria that says this is not compatible, right? So those are my observations, and for those reasons, I support the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar. Any other comments? Commissioner Salem?
I'm a little disappointed in the severity of the two side walls. They're very massive. And I heard HLC's comments, or a representative of HLC's comments, and they really are kind of pertinent. There have been multiple people looking at this. There's been tons of review, and it has not been a consensus in favor. It has been some supporting and some against. Downtown group is against it. I can't argue that they have considered it also. So I am not actually in favor of this. I respect the homeowner's right to want to make the home of their choosing. But if the home of their choosing is overshadowing a historical resource, and it has every intention of filling this lot up to make that happen, the McMansion aspects of development in Santa Clara have continued to grow year after year, and I would hate to see it coming to this neighborhood also. I would hope that the homeowner would explore more vigorously an ADU solution which would keep the massing lower and give them more opportunity to utilize their property and house the mom that wants to come live with them. I think it would give you the size, the shape, or the space, and everything without burdening all of that mass on the house itself. So I'm inclined against this development this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Salim. Any other thoughts before I go? Okay, I'll just share again, I'm literally a cat on the wall. I mean, I'm hearing both sides, just like Commissioner Biagini. On the one hand, I am fully cognizant of the historic Old Quad. I am acutely aware that we don't have this registered as a historic district to preserve much more of the potential. So whatever we say is what we have as goals and thoughts, and future will always continue to challenge us because we don't have any laws protecting it. So that is how our city has chosen to keep Old Quad. As we can see, this will continue to be an issue. On the other hand, I am a little disappointed in the homeowner's lack of understanding to be a little more flexible, knowing fully well that they purchased a PD proposed project. While I'm not sure why it was only 500, I don't know why it was 500, it could be 1,000, it could be 200. There was a random number. While I don't believe that 668 square feet is ever going to be a fully functional home, I don't know where the other limit is. So it is truly a challenge to say you could do 500 and now come with a PD, and you could do 1,000, but you can't do 1,200. Again, to clarify with staff, am I sensing the total square footages of this house is what now, 2,000? How much? 2,200.
Yeah.
2,200 square feet. So I heard incorrectly from the members of the public.
Yeah.
So yes, I'll wait for the vote to happen, and this is a tough one. This is a tough one for me. Usually I have my, we'll see. I will entertain a motion.
And I'd request 2 motions, please.
Yes.
The first is just a simple CADX determination.
Okay, I make a motion. The first one, determine that the project is categorically exempt under Class 1 existing facilities of the CEQA guidelines.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Wang and a second on item 1.
Thank you. The motion passed.
Okay, I make a second motion. Approve a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the rezone to planned development to allow the first and second-story addition for the existing single-family residence at 1485 Bellamy Street, subject to conditions.
Motion by Huang and second by Commissioner Boozer.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you again to the applicant and to all members who came here, both in support and in opinion. We appreciate all your comments and feedback, and congratulations to the applicant. Moving forward to the next order of the items. Again, anything I missed?
No, Madam Chair, I might just clarify for the audience, this is a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council will take this up. No appeal is necessary to any disaffected parties. This automatically goes to council.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional clarification. We are a recommending body on this, on plan development, so I appreciate that confirmation. Okay, we are now here to take an action on use permit to allow an outdoor play area for a new child daycare facility at 2280 El Camino Real with the CEQA Class 3 categorical exemption under Section 15303. This is a this is a continuance from June 14th, Planning Commission meeting. With that, I will look to the commission who's requesting a 5-minute break. I appreciate members of the public who will give us that. So please come back here at 8:21. Inviting you back. Thank you to all who are waiting tonight. I'll call to reconvene at 8:23, Planning Commission meeting, August 23rd. Staff.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we're moving along to item 4. This is the 2280 El Camino Real, the daycare that's coming back to you. All right, 1 second. Okay. So just remind you, the request is the conditional use permit to allow the outdoor play area for a new child daycare facility at this site. It is exempt from CEQA. So the item was continued from June 14 meeting. The Planning Commission's expressed concerns regarding red light violations, crime, traffic, and vehicular accidents. So the Commission's asked for additional data, and staff prepare that and gather that. And there's a lot in the staff report, but before I get into that, let's just remind you of the project again. The project site here at the southeast corner of Los Padres and El Camino Real is a 17,461 square foot lot. General plan is community mixed use and zoning CT, thoroughfare commercial. It was a former restaurant, La Paloma. Existing site here, the buildings remain the same. It's just renovations of the building. It has 2 driveways on El Camino Real and 1 currently right now on Los Padres. The use permit 3,365 square foot for the proposed outdoor is where the use permit is requesting for the daycare. And it's we color code this site plan here just so you can see a little bit better of the site layout. From the existing, there are some parkings to the north side of the building, and those parkings are being removed for the drop-off and pickup site. The outdoor play area here is fenced off and is behind the trash enclosure. And I guess there's another site here. We can talk about circulations. So there's some traffic flow improvements and reductions of driveway here. So no cross access from the adjacent commercial property. Landscape buffer will be installed. Right now, the site is fenced up, so it's sort of already have a boundary. So right now, it has a shared access, before they had a shared access with a 7-Eleven to the south. But with the proposal of the landscape, or currently right now with the fencing around the site, is already creating this boundary. The driveway closest to the El Camino Real, the one that was here where my cursor is, that's being removed, and one-way driveway access has been implemented on Los Padres for the inbound, and then exit of this second driveway on the farthest right here onto El Camino. It's going to be a right turn only on El Camino Real, and then the conversions of the 9 parking spaces that's in this area here is made for the available space for drop-off and pickup zone. This is the rendering of the site. So there's, again, lots of data in the staff report, but I'm just going to go briefly over them. And also we have the traffic consultant from Hexagon here, as well as our engineering from the traffic division team here to answer your questions. Some of these data here we also gather from the police department. This one to begin with is the red light violation. Santa Clara Police Department records divisions provided red lights violations data from 2021 to 2023. There were no red light violations at El Camino Real and Los Padres Boulevard, and we want to clarify that it's reported based on citations by an officer who's observing and writing that citation. So, if you see red light violations when you drive along your morning commute, yes, you see them, but if it's not cited by an officer, it's not reported here. Okay, crime data. Santa Clara Police also provided that for the site, including incidents within 300 feet around the project sites in 2022, June, to this year, June, so 1 year. There are 6 incidents at the project sites, including 5 misdemeanors and 1 felony, just to fail to update registration for the felony. 17 incidents related to crime within 300 feet radius, and 15 traffic incidents. Okay, as far as traffic study project, expected generated fewer than 100 net new peak hour vehicle trips, 61 net new in the AM peak hour, 15 net new in the PM peak hour. A local transportation analysis congestions management study is not required for the traffic engineering divisions for this project because it's not generating over 100 net new trips, and so a VMT analysis is not required. And continue on to traffic discussions, daycare use at these intersections. The Planning Commission was interested in like the impact on the traffic flow here, and what our traffic consultant did was evaluate using a level of service. So a level of service is a quantitative descriptions of operating conditions ranging from LOS-A, which is free-flowing conditions with little or no delay, to LOS-F, or jam conditions with excessive delays. Currently, the sites are operating at LOS level C during AM and PM, and continue at the same level with the additions of traffic generated by the proposed daycare. As for vehicular accidents report we got from the police, also from 2018 to 2022, collision data indicates 17 collisions at the intersections here, and collisions rate of 0.36 collisions per million vehicles is a parameter they use, and it is found to be lower than the comparable average collisions rate of 0.55 collisions in the latest Caltrans 2020 crash data. As far as public comments, we received 45 support letters for this project, and there were no opposition letter. And as of 12:43 today, we received 1 additional support letter, which didn't make it into the post-meeting material, but I believe staff made hard copies for you. So the analysis of this project here is consistent with the general plan designations for the community mixed use and also permitted use in the CT's zoning district, except for the outdoor activities area, which requires the conditional use permit. So it's also consistent with the off-street parking requirements, 1 space per classrooms or office. This project is providing 6. And provided additional data as requested by Planning Commission, as well as improved traffic flow in accordance with the city's policies. So with that, staff recommendations is to adopt a resolution approving the use permit to allow outdoor play area for a new daycare facility at this site. Again, the engineering from the traffic team, traffic division is here, and the traffic consultant is also here, and the applicant has a presentation as well. Sorry.
Thank you, staff, and thank you for all the additional information. We are very aware that this was a continued item, so appreciate all the hard work that went into gathering all the information by staff and applicants. Okay, we will now open for public comment. I invite the applicants to first present.
Pardon me, Chair, were there any questions for staff before that?
No. Oh, you do. No lights on. Okay.
Buds aren't messing with our computer systems up here. Question for staff, or maybe it's better to say clarification. I'm glad we did the additional traffic study, but what concerns me greatly is I know that intersection. This is, to me, this goes to safety. Okay, I'm not talking about whether or not the school is a good idea or so forth, but we have to make some decisions on an outside playground, and for children of that age, safety is a huge concern. For far more than the 60 years I want to admit. I've lived a few blocks on either side of that intersection, and even just a couple of days ago, I have to say, I watched another car run the red light. It wasn't even close. In fact, I was shaking my head, and I looked over. There was a pedestrian waiting to cross El Camino, ran the El Camino, and he was shaking his head too. I think we all know, if we live in that neighborhood, that when the light turns green, if you're traveling on Los Padres, you better hang a bit. So it's distressing to read on a traffic report that there were no red light violations. I appreciate staff highlighting the fact that, just like the other day, there was no police officer there, and I don't expect a police officer to be there 24/7. But to say there were no red light violations, well, there were no red light violations that a police officer saw. And I think that's a better way of making that statement. Because for me, again, it really comes down to safety, and I know that intersection. So thank you for checking into that particular item and providing a response.
Thank you, Commissioner Biagini. Commissioner Salem?
Yeah, not to try and ride on her approach to the process, but I did a loop around El Camino to Scott to San Tomas, and I looped around for about 45 minutes on Monday after coming back from the doctor. And in just 45 minutes coming to that stop, I saw two people blow through it as if it was just a green light. So it's disappointing that the results of a traffic study like that is that if the police didn't see it, it didn't happen. The reality is it did. That's empirical evidence. But how do we how are we in the future going to have traffic studies for things like this that depend upon it being observed? Quantum physics says you're not going to observe everything. It's just going to happen. But this is a bad example of how to do a traffic study for red light issues, and to just claim that it didn't happen because nobody got a ticket. Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be concerning for this daycare, is that the lack of respect for that red light is going to put people at risk coming out of the daycare onto El Camino, because the assumption will be that they can do it, and suddenly a car plows into them. So that's just my general concern. We're going to continue, but yeah.
May I clarify?
Sure.
The red light violations is not part of a traffic study.
Yeah.
It's just police data on what they reported on their record during that time period. It's not a traffic study. And thank you, Biagini, for really, that's the way you want to reword it, is no traffic red light violations reported. But there are red light violations when you are there. I mean, you can see it. I do El Camino Real commute as well, so I see it every morning.
Is there a way to recommend a camera?
Yeah.
No. I would be careful about that, because there's a lot of constitutionality about that, and it's already gone through the courts. So I'm sure if we decided to talk to the police department or whatever, but I think city council should do that.
Understood.
But I agree that, I love my kids, and I love the kids in Santa Clara and everybody else's kids, and I want them to be safe. And I understand that.
Maybe we can have it on the property.
Well, if I may make a comment, I would like to. When I look at this, one of the things I look at, is there examples of something already there that can give us some data point about this, right? And just a couple of 100 feet down is the Building Kids School. Has staff had any information about incidents with the kids from that school and traffic or anything else that might enlighten us about that area?
Can you elaborate on incidents? Are we talking about crime or the traffic violations or vehicular accidents?
Anything that would have been related to that school. I know we didn't specifically ask you, so I'm kind of, it's not maybe fair, but I just wanted to know, maybe in looking at all that information, you might have something that's specific to those kids and what's gone on there, because they're right there.
Right, right. So just the crime data, that's within 300 feet? So that
That's within
daycare
300
is within
feet.
300 feet, so it's already captured that in that data that is reported.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't see their names specifically. I saw that the types of crimes and stuff.
No, yeah.
Did I
it's
miss
the-
that?
So, no, it's not like, are you asking on crimes that
Well,
ties to that site?
Yeah, like was there any, like if I all of a sudden heard about kids having problems with traffic or whatever at that school, that
Like
enlightens
a
me a
kid
little
got
bit
hit
about.
at that school site, or what?
Correct.
Okay. No, we have not seen that regarding the daycare, or at least we didn't verify for something like that, so I don't have that information for you.
We can see if any members of the public will help answer that.
Madam Chair, can I just add, when we pulled the police data and they did the radius, as Steve said, that address didn't come up as having a reported incident.
Thank you. And then the only other thing I would add is, when it comes to blowing through red lights, this isn't specific to that intersection, and we all know that, right? I mean, there is a problem, and I'll be one of the first to admit that, I probably should use better judgment at times. But I do think that, that is a much larger problem, and it does scare the hell out of me, because when I see people trying to cross streets like San Tomas and such like that, I'm surprised that there aren't more incidents.
Thank you. Commissioner Boozer.
Okay, I have a few points. What I'm going to address them to you. What they're talking about is Ann and Los Padres. That's what he was talking about. Okay, that other school has the entrance also from Ann, that you don't have to park right in Los Padres, and it's a completely different design as they have for this property. I think this idea, I'm not going, their school might be great. They may be the best school to bring your kids, but the location is what we're talking about, and the traffic, the mitigation, especially if it's ill-conceived that you're coming right into El Camino, right next in front of a bus stop, when you have people, getting in and out of the buses there, and usually that area there, that especially in that bus stop, the police department has had multiple dealings with the unhoused, if you want to call it, and drug addicts and so on. And by putting a fence there, doesn't do, but that's just what happens on the El Camino, especially in that area right there. This is one of the most congested area there, because you have a lot of things going on at the same time. You have the gas station across the street from you. You have people doing cut-through to go into the shopping centers in there. Not only that, you have the 7-Eleven store, people constantly going there, and when you want to put the playground, it's where the garbage dumpster is for the 7-Eleven. It's right next to it. So it just doesn't make sense to do what they're trying to do. I love the way the building looks on the outside. Too bad it's in where they want to propose it. If they would have put someplace else, that would be great. But that is kind of inconceivable that you're going to put children in there. And I agree with my fellow commissioner. It's just I don't feel that it's a safe place to have that. And the way that they have that traffic set up, I guarantee you, if they go to a vote and this pass, there are going to be accidents there, people exiting into the El Camino. I bet money on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Boozer. Commissioner Wang.
Yeah, I mean, I fully understand Commissioner Nancy and Commissioner Boozer's concern. But personally, I think no matter it's a school or, any business at that location, you have the same issue. Any business. So I just hope people, careful enough, just try to avoid the accident or whatever, But for this project, I still support this project.
So let's hold our decisions. We still have lots to go. This is just questions to staff.
Yeah.
Chair.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
So thank you. Actually, question to Xander here, and this is more a technical question. Legally, if they operate a school anywhere, they are required to have outdoor play school area. Is that correct?
Yes, they have to have outdoor.
Okay.
area for the students.
So, we have already approved a school there. If you do not approve a playground on any grounds, then they cannot operate the school. Is that correct?
No, the existing use was a restaurant, I believe. The proposed use is the school.
No, but we approved the use of this property as a school.
No, a school is allowed by right. You haven't taken any action on the school. But that provision of our code that says schools are allowed by right, or isn't this daycare? Is it a daycare or a school?
Daycare.
Daycare, that says it's allowed by right, predates the state law requirement that requires the outdoor play area. So for practical purposes, anytime you have a daycare, you're going to need a conditional use permit because of state law requiring that outdoor play area. But no, it's not currently a school. It can't operate.
Okay.
I mean, it was just a restaurant, and now it sits vacant, doesn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So basically, if this motion is denied, then that business cannot operate there.
It cannot operate, correct.
All right, that was my question.
Thank you. Any other questions to staff? Commissioner Biagini.
Yeah, now I want to make sure I understand this, okay, with Commissioner Bhatnagar's comment. So then, as I understand it, if I wanted to put a daycare center on an intersection like that, I can do it by right, meaning I don't have to go through a process to get it approved.
You cannot legally open. I'm saying our code allows for an indoor daycare by right, but since our code is so old, it has a separate requirement for outdoor uses.
That's the conundrum.
Where you need a use
It's the
permit.
conflict with state law requirement.
Sure, they could open an illegal daycare center indoors, and the state would promptly shut them down.
So if I didn't know, and then I open up this indoor daycare center, and then the state comes along and says, hey, but you got to have an outdoor playground to continue, then I'm going to have to go through the process we're going through now, which is why the original never came to us for yes or no. Correct? The original idea that changed it into a daycare, the only thing coming before us is the outside playground.
Right, that's the only part that requires
And if,
the use permit from
and
us.
if it passes, everything continues, and if it doesn't, that makes it tough on whoever buys a property wants to put a daycare center. Anyway, that said, I have now forgotten what my other question was going to be, but I'm sure I'll remember it later and I'll bring it back up.
We'll have
Okay.
I'm here
We'll have
all night.
opportunities. So right now, we just finished questions to staff.
Hold on, I have one other thing.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry, because I may have timed this wrong, and you're probably going to come after me for this. I want to make a disclosure. I had received an email from the applicant to go visit the daycare facility they have at Lawrence Station, and I did so. And when they asked me if I had any questions for them specifically, I said, no, I'll have the questions for you tonight. And so I did see them on Monday. So I want to disclose that. Is there anything else I need to say or?
No, that was well said.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the disclosure. Any other questions to staff? Seeing none, we will now open for public comment. I invite now the applicant to come and make their presentation. I can turn it from here.
You'll see this little red band when it's on. There you go.
You're on.
Yes, I finally found it. Yeah. Good evening, Planning Commission members, and of course the planners and the planning managers and everybody here. I really appreciate you giving us a chance to come.
Could you speak into the mic? You won't be heard.
Yes, I do. Okay. And I have a few things to say. I really like to thank Mr. Steve and Leslie for guiding through this process from the first hearing we had on June 14th to collecting and understanding that. So I would like to thank that. And with that, I would like to start my presentation. You can go to the next slide, please. So why we are here? We are here because we came on June 14th. We heard you loud and clear, and we heard all your comments and your concerns. And we went back to do our homework and collect all the data and facts and present it to you. And we wanted to make sure that we present that so that you have an clear between what in perception is for a site versus what actual data speaks about it. And so we took that feedback and we collected, and we tried to categorize them into two areas where most of the comments were. One was in the traffic related data, how the traffic flow into the site and into El Camino happens, and one is crime nearby the facility and all that, if there is any. And we wanted to understand that and learn about it and present that data based on what it is. If you could go to the next slide, please. So what we did is we started to organize that into a few categories when we want to talk about who we are. Of course, we knew, but there were a couple of comments last time. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we are who we are, what business we operate in and all that. And I wanted to have then around expanded traffic study, some comments about that. Crime and safety, and because this is a use permit for a playground and playground safety, I wanted to highlight and specifically call out what that means and how we build the playground and how we operate it. And of course, it all leads to where the site is today when we took over versus where we expect the site to go as a transformational. And neighborhood, businesses support, the resident supports, the current parents, the prospective parents, those who are on the wait list a year down the line and looking for childcare. So we'll talk about some of those things as a part of this. If you could go to the next slide, please. So I would talk about, next slide, please. Yes. We are Tulip Kids. It's established in 2010. And it slowly grew to become, I would say, open in 5 Bay Area locations, South Bay and East Bay included, and it operates into the business of preschool, after school, summer campaigns, after school enrichment activities. This is a women and minority-owned business. 2 women who operate there are sitting there on the bench. Yeah, they're back there. And we are one of the few, and to be precise, only 5 in entire Bay Area, which are accredited by an agency called NAEYC, National Association for the Education of the Young Children. They accredit it, they audit the facilities, understand how the education is imparted to the young kids for their age appropriate and improve their life, and that's what is audited. It's a national body, and this is the gold standard of the childcare. We are one of the 5 in the Bay Area, entire Bay Area. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that how we take this business and this profession so seriously. So that's one. And of course, to achieve that, what our guiding principles are. Safe learning environment, and I'll talk about that safety and down there. Teaching practices to meet that gold standard. Maintain enough child to staff ratio so that we have enough staff to supervise and educate and bring up those children. And family engagement, and we offer a lot of community outreach program by helping financially challenged and distressed families reduce the fee and sometimes no fee as well, and we do that across our locations. And we partner with the local law enforcement agencies in their charity events and all that. So that's this. If you can go to the next slide, please. Expanded traffic study here. So there is a revised traffic and expanded traffic study that is provided by Hexagon Consulting. The consultant is here sitting behind me, and the traffic engineer is there on the call as well. In addition to the traffic study, we always have in our site, and I'm thinking if Mr. Eric Krichlov has visited, would have seen, we always have a traffic coordinator outside the facility managing the traffic flow or managing the kids going in and out inside the facility with their parents and all that. And of course, as a part of this safety, we plan to have outdoor cameras all around the facilities to monitor smooth traffic flow and look at that in anything that happens to the incident and help the law enforcement agencies and around the neighborhood. If you go to the next slide, please. So in order to collect the crime data, and of course, Steve has already talked about it, but I just wanted to make sure we reached out to the police sergeant of the Santa Clara Police Department, and with their help, we collected what are the sources of the crime data and any kind of traffic violations or any data around that. And we got the email. I just kind of redacted that for the emails and all that if you go. So they listed the correct site where the data comes in. And of course, the Melinda Sivan, she is the record keeper, police record keeper for all the data that happens. They have been very helpful to provide us last 5 years of the crime data across El Camino in entire Santa Clara and the El Camino corridor. We collected all of that. And what I did is that I presented in the next slide, if you go there, please. I took that data and started to present how I wanted to clear this perception about this particular intersection versus all other intersections on El Camino. So that way you have a clarity and there is a clear understanding. If you look here, the traffic violation data across various intersections, Los Padres intersection has 104 traffic violations, as you can see that in the last 5 years. And if you go there, San Tomas, Scott, Monroe, of course you look at Lawrence, Kylie, and whatnot. So we are the second lowest traffic violation data in the last 5 years. That does not mean people are not jumping light. That does not mean we should not control them. And the point is that that reflects into the traffic accidents. If there are people jumping lights, you should see that data into the traffic accidents. So that should automatically reflect if more people are jumping light in Santa Clara. But I just wanted to highlight that. Stoplight violations across this entire El Camino in the last 5 years has been 268. And at our intersection is 13. Recorded by police. So what that means is 2 per year in the last 5 years, or 3, you can call it as 2.5. Just wanted to give you the perspective that these are all the crime data reported by the police department. Yes, as Commissioner said that there is a perception, you see that there are people jumping in, but that's not recorded, so I cannot really speak. If you go to the next slide, please. Then there was another question around that the entrance into the El Camino is extremely close and risky. I think planner has already made that comment that there are 2 exits into the El Camino. And first one, which is closer to the stoplight, is being closed. The second one. So what we did is that we did a study of entire eastbound and westbound El Camino. At every stoplight, we looked at what is the first entrance into the El Camino. And we are the farthest by far across entire El Camino corridor. So that means this one has more visibility of looking at where the stoplight is 106 feet away. Everything else is lower than that, and from Lawrence to Lafayette. So we did that. So I just wanted to present that so that way it's visible to you. If you go to the next slide, please. Then based on what Pat Nicolai and Melinda provided us the data, I took that data and plotted across 3-mile horizon on El Camino corridor to give you an overall crime map picture. So if you look at it and you see where the blue dot speaks about the facility and all that, yes, there are crime across El Camino corridor. I wouldn't say that it is zero crime, but if you see that it is unremarkable at site or near site. So there is a perception that there are crimes there, but you see the data right here is for the last 2 years. So last 1 year, I'm sorry. So as you can see that the comment I'm talking about. And the source of that is community crime mapping, which is provided by Pat Nicolai and Melinda. So if you go to the next one, please. Here I wanted to highlight another one, which is traffic-related jumps, and all the data is, again, you can see that it's spread all across in Santa Clara, not necessarily around El Camino. So this is the data. And if you go to the next one, please. Here is where I wanted to talk about. These are mainly around the theft, which is the vehicle break-ins and those kind of data, and that you keep looking on the left-hand side that you see on my screen, that's Lawrence. Other side is towards the Lafayette. So you can see that where there are break-ins and theft around the vehicles and those things that are happening closer, and you look at the facility where the location is. Just wanted to give these perspective as to where the crime data is spread across and populated across in the city. If you go to the next one, please. Then coming to the playground and safety.
You have 15 seconds.
Yeah, so the playground is very important. I wanted to say that is number one, and the playground by California State Code is 5 feet high fence, metal fence that is put there. The surface of the playground is always supposed to be that a 6 feet fall by any kid should not result into a head injury. That means it's 4 feet soft rubber. Entire playground is dug in and put that soft rubber surface that you see that on the top right image and all. And then other area where the kids play is all sand, and other is kind of timber bark and all that, just to make it kid safe. All playgrounds areas fully supervised by the staff, always, and there are emergency exits and controls that nobody can enter into the playground.
I'll give you 1 minute more.
Thank you. If you go to the next one, please. Site transformation. This is how we got the site. There has been homeless when we took over the site. There has been people, those who are walking in and all that. Till the last June 14th hearing, we kept the site as is. So I just wanted to say that there have been people coming in and all that. And from here, if you go to the next slide, please. We requested planning department to put a fence around, and I wanted to show you that just by putting that, the act of homelessness and people, those who are wandering around and creating nuisance, not to us, but to the nearby businesses and all that, has completely gone away. We had 15 incidents where people will come in, drop garbage, or somebody would break in the back door just so that they can sleep in there. We had none so far for the 2 months that the fence has been put in there. And absolutely, and even the 7-Eleven next door neighbors, the Arco gas station neighbors, those who were there, they all have appreciated that effort. So we are trying an eyesore into and palatable, and from here on, we think that if you go to the next slide, where we think that we'll bring the site up to this level. So we really want that, and if you go to the next slide from here on, this is the site plan. I think Steve has already talked about it, so I wouldn't leave that. Tremendous support, not only from the residents, the prospective parents, but also from all the nearby businesses. The Covenant House director, Ms. Shelby, is sitting right behind me. They have written a letter. Of course, you've already seen that. We have support from 7-Eleven, and I put that fence around just to confirm that 7-Eleven garbage and supplies are not impacted. They are not using our property to do that. So that was the purpose of putting that fence out there.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll have an opportunity again to come back in rebuttal, so save that. Okay. Any questions to applicant? Commissioner Biagini.
Thank you for the tremendous amount of work you did. It's really appreciated.
Thank you.
But again, you know, there are statistics, and then there are those that know the intersection very well, and that remains my big concern. Let me say this up front. I would love to see Tulip Kids in Santa Clara. I really would, because I'm a huge supporter of minority and women-owned businesses. But it's where, not if. And questions I have, like, thank you for doing that visibility study, but how many of those intersections had a bus stop between the light and the exit? I don't know the answer to that. I just know that one does, okay? And as far as the crime, again, I really want to stress that I so appreciate you doing as much work as you did on this. But when it comes to the crime, I mean, having been, again, more than 60 years that I care to divulge my age. But anyway, I fully expect smash and grabs. The history is the closer you are to a major expressway and a freeway, the surrounding area is going to have significantly more crime. Why? Because from what I understand and previous things I've heard from the police department, that, you know, gangs that are going to come in, they want to get out fast. So I probably would have guessed that the highest crime rate's going to be Lawrence Expressway and El Camino, that area, because you can jump right away on Lawrence and jump right away on 101. So while I appreciate the work that you did, there's the statistics and then how it translates into real life that troubles me so much. I know you didn't mention it, but this might be more of a question for staff. There was a study about, and you know, you may have an answer, maybe staff does, where how many cars during the AM and PM, because one of the concerns I had the last time was the congestion, and I'm not sure I'm understanding this right, but because there are more cars during the AM and PM, but it didn't rise to the level of doing a transportation study. Am I correct about that?
Yes,
and I wish it had, because right?
Yes, you're correct about that.
Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure whatever I say is based on facts. Because again, I've lived there on both sides of the El Camino. I already know leaving that, Pete, like Commissioner Busa said, you're coming down El Camino, you want to make that right turn on Los Padres, there's cars in the way, you jump into the gas station, in one, out the other, and you're not violating anything. You're coming in and out of the 7-Eleven, and if you're coming, picture this, if you're coming out of the gas station, okay, and you want to go across El Camino, you're going to have to figure out how to get in line behind the cars lined up. I know, I've done it. And the fact that we're going to have more cars during AM, PM, while it may not rise to the 100, it's only 61, not 100 in the AM hours, I know the congestion that happens, and I wish I was going to say I wish I didn't know, but that's probably not an accurate way of putting it. But you got to do some creative illegal stuff, right? Come out of the gas station, jump into the 7-Eleven, scoot around, come back out. You also have the folks going in and out of Anna Drive to get to the target. Although I think your study allays that fear, okay? It doesn't allay the fear that I have about the gas station, the 7-Eleven, and parents coming in and out. There's still more cars than there were. And I'm just so familiar with how that gets jammed up now because I live there and have all my life. That's where this is difficult for me. I mean, I think you were indicating that on the visibility question, there wasn't any of those intersections with bus stops? Or there were? Or do you know?
No, so I wanted to say that the bus stop is every 28 minutes there is a bus there.
Right.
Every 28 minutes.
Right.
And my drop-off time is, if you look at it, is 3 hours, 8 to 11. That means in 8 to 11, there are about 60 cars, 20 or 25 cars. Traffic study has it, and Michelle Hunt, the consultant, and traffic engineer can say that more about. I'll park them to answer that question, but every 28 minutes, there's a bus coming in there. Right. That means there is going to be one car who would be looking at her maybe, because 20 cars means every 3 minutes there is a car there. That means there'll be hardly a car who will be waiting for that bus to pass before they merge in there.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying is that the amount of times a car might be faced with a bus there that they have to kind of look around is
hardly
minimal?
1 in an hour. That's what I meant to say. 2 in an hour.
That's
exactly what I wanted to say.
That's what we think, okay. And that's better than having a bus blocking vision for 12 cars, right? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but again, we're talking about a child care center of young children. There's already one down the street and across, which is at an intersection that's nowhere near as busy, doesn't have a traffic light and all that. So for me, the safety issue is much more of a concern when they're families with young children.
Do we have a question?
Thank you for cutting me off.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think you answered my question about the bus, so that was the big one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
question.
And I know there's more coming, but Commissioner Boozer and
I'll let
Commissioner Crutchlow.
Thank you. So at your location over on Lawrence Station, in terms of crime and such like that, number one of the things that I know about is anytime you're near a highway or expressway and such, easy on, easy off, crime happens. Now, you're right by the entrance to 237.
That's
right. And Lawrence, which is an expressway.
Correct.
How many times have you had crimes occurring at your facility there?
In 13 years of operation, we never had a single crime of break-in at any of our facility. Not only that, but any other. That facility has been operating for last 7 years, since 2016. It's 8th year in running. Let's put it this way. Yeah.
Okay, and then
Zero crime.
Zero crimes, and then in terms of how you let people in and out of the facility. So if I'm a parent or somebody and I just want to walk in, what happens?
All our facilities are secured by a code entry. That means only the staff and authorized cleaning and other helpers and teachers, they can go in there. Anybody who wants to come in, the receptionist or the staff from inside or the director has to come out to open the door for them. Nobody can get inside the facility. Facilities are 100% secure. All facilities are, including the playgrounds.
And then the traffic of people coming in there, you're saying it's between the hours of 8 and 11?
Yeah.
So it's staggered?
It's staggered 8 to 11, that is where they come in, and 3 to 6 is where they pick up normally, and sometimes because of medical or other reason, they pick up early, but mostly that's the time that they go in.
How many accidents have occurred with parents picking up their children?
0 across all 5 locations. We have a record of it, and we can show it at location. We never had any accidents.
Is there anything you do additionally at those locations to ensure that, or is it just like, yeah, you get to drive in and, versus, let's say, how a school has a crossing guard, for example? Is there anything additionally that you do to ensure that safety?
So what you call it as in traffic guard, we call it as in traffic coordinators. So along with the staff, those who help parents pick up and drop off and hand off the kids from them to get inside the facility, we also have a traffic coordinator or the traffic guard who ensures that nobody parks at an illegal place, that nobody does it, and they park at the right place and bring the kids to the facility.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Critchlow. Commissioner Boozer?
Yes. I think you might be mistaken about every 28 minutes because I drive by there all the time, and sometimes I even go running because I live in neighborhoods close by there, and the buses come more often than every 20 minutes. Maybe you're mistaken and you think it's the 22 rapid bus that takes every 28 minutes to come by. But my thing that I want to bring to your attention is we're talking about the El Camino. None of your other locations are on the El Camino, right where the crime area right there, even to your knowledge, is pretty bad. I seen it. I seen there people defecating, getting naked right there, running, doing drugs. And that is one of that their area there, and also in the Bowers and El Camino, not too far from there, is pretty bad.
Commissioner Boozer, do you have a question?
Yeah, the question is, did you consider that at all, or did you exercise looking at any other locations? Also, the question: have you considered if this gets approved by the Planning Commission, instead of just putting a fence, to put like metal steel blocks along the fence area in case a car decides to jump and go directly into there, so that at least it can stop vehicles?
So two questions you asked. Let me answer this. I think, Steve, you could bring the site plan up there. And I like your idea of putting, so if you see that where the playground is, it's pretty safe. If you see this gray area is the playground that you're looking at. It's behind an concrete garbage structure that is going to be there, and it is facing Los Padres. It's between our facility and 7-Eleven. It's between that. So it's safe from El Camino side. Anybody coming in will hit the building first before hitting the playground. That's one. And I like your idea of putting in more any metal fence on El Camino or anywhere that would prevent further. I appreciate that. Coming to the second question about crime and somebody defecating and all that, I just wanted to highlight, so this is on Los Padres and El Camino, just to at the Bowers, 1 block away from Bowers, we have another childcare facility operating there for the last 3 years with double the capacity, entering in El Camino and entering out in El Camino. It does not have a Los Padres like an enter in and exit into El Camino. It has both egress and ingress out of El Camino, from the El Camino, and 0 accident for 3 years. We specifically called out Sergeant asking, was there an accident ever in the last 3 years that facility has been operating with double R capacity? 0 accident. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, there are jumps, and that one is also a busy intersection, Bowers and El Camino, and right off of that, within a block, that facility. So I just wanted to tell you, yes, it's a perception that people jump and do this, but I have not seen an accident. Will it not happen? I cannot control that. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't want to bring the other location up. The other location has a large offset of the El Camino, and that's not in the middle of an intersection. You're about almost a block away from Bowers.
A block away from
and
intersection of Bowers.
An intersection right there, so it's a lot easier to get in and out there. I know the area. Now, what I mean to say on the park, is there would be a problem with the 7-Eleven, people driving in and out of the 7-Eleven and making a turn to get out again. Sometimes you see people that have been buying beer there and could be intoxicated or whatever. I believe if this gets approved, to put steel posts in the whole perimeter of your playground to avoid any problems. Because I hate to say, yeah, we're going to approve this, but if something happens, it's going to be in the back of my mind.
I appreciate that, and we would be more than willing to put that. If that becomes in condition of approval, we would oblige with that. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Boozer. Commissioner Salem.
Okay, this question is more for staff. Has there ever been an example or something that has proof of concept for triggering the light based upon someone being in the exit of this facility? In other words, I was hoping there would be a way to count someone leaving this facility as traffic on Los Padres. Because if we could have that light trigger, then the safety of exit jumps up dramatically. But I think that would be kind of a weird precedent. But I just was wondering, has any other business been granted that? No?
Not that I've ever been aware of.
Yeah, too bad.
Commissioner Huang.
Quick question. What's the age of the children for this facility?
What
What's
is the age?
Age is from 1 year to 5 years.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
So first of all, great job done in terms of answering the question. Last time there were all these impressions that people had, and we still have them, but you presented the data that shows what? That shows that this intersection is certainly less prone to some of those thoughts and behaviors that we have been suspecting happen there very often, right? There are other intersections that are much more so. But you have a much bigger burden of proof, and it's a very high bar to pass. The problem that we are having is, you already said it, you cannot prevent an accident in the future. And so this is our kids we're talking about. Our names are on that signature that said, fine, put the kids there. So that's the burden of proof. The fact that this intersection is less safe is good. Is it good enough? That is the question, right? How do we mitigate that risk that we are all feeling here, that we are signing? Imagine an accident happening and a child losing just an arm, forget about a life. That life is impacted. So that's a tough one to answer. I mean, but let me ask that question and see how would you answer that question?
Yes. So I would like Steve to put up the playground safety thing. I just wanted to make sure it's. Yes, stay there. Yes. So I think there are three important things that we talk about here. And number one is the safety, because you wanted to understand how safe is the site for kids and all that. Our facilities are our controlled access. Any unauthorized person cannot go in there, neither in our facility nor in our playground, unless somebody tried to jump a 5-foot fence and do that. I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is that, number one, it's always monitored. We have cameras, monitors inside and outside, so it's like completely monitored. Enough staff ratios to prevent any of that. So that is what. Last 13 years, we have been operating 0 safety-related accident across any locations ever. What that tells us is we continuously invest and educate not only our staff, parents, those who come for drop-in and all that. We see anytime somebody rushes in, try to run and drop and all that, we come back and sit down and discuss with them what is important. Is that child who's coming to our child care? Not you, that your work and all that. So we want to make sure we constantly educate, interact, and engage with not only parents, but also making sure my staff is educated. And we do every quarter fire drills of emergency exit from building, from the playground out and all that, to ensure that we're all compliant and we're all aware of surroundings around us. Where the question is, when they are walking, I think the traffic consultant can say that better, why this traffic plan is designed. They think that this is the best, is entering from one side and getting out from another side. And we have clear visibility, as I said, is 106, 107 feet away from the stoplight. That means you have a clear sign. Coming back to the other question, which Planning Commission member Boza raised about the other location. Other location is a block away. That means already people, those who started from Bowers, That's a three-way signal. That means every time there is a constant traffic, that means the traffic has already picked up speed by the time they're coming to that ingress from that facility into the El Camino. Whereas here, we are right at intersection. That means if there is a stoplight, when the stoplight opens, people slowly start to pick up speed. So there is a difference between you have enough time to see when people are coming in versus where I'm just trying to draw a parallel. I'm not telling this is, but this tells you this is much more safer than other side that's already there on El Camino. And it's not here. If you go further down to Mountain House, right at 237 and El Camino intersection, less than a block away is another childcare facility. I cannot name the name here, but that has been operating there for 11 years with zero traffic accident at site. We also went to Mountain House to collect the data from them. And we wanted to understand, was there an accident here that we would like us to report? Just wanted to give you perspective.
Okay, thank you for adding that. So, so if people followed laws, we'd be obsolete, right? So we're talking about the opportunity of those who are running the red lights, as my fellow commissioners have pointed out, right? And you can't prevent that, neither can I, right? So in the end, it'll be a judgment call on us to make that decision. Am I taking a big enough risk or a small enough risk? Right? That's.
I only want to say one thing to that one. Anybody, forget childcare at that facility. Imagine there is a restaurant there. A person who's exiting out of the restaurant is equally a life. That is also a life. A child is also a life. When you are trying to compare, oh, there is a child going in with a parent, that is risky. Why not that person who's coming out of a restaurant after a meal? He's also a life, and you want to protect that also. So anybody jumping the signal is an equal. I mean, this childcare does not make it more dangerous. What makes it more is, it is still unsafe. If you think that people are jumping light and we should protect that law enforcement either put the camera, maybe our outdoor cameras can help, maybe police department can think about improving the light jumping at various, preventing that. I think that is outside the purview of me, but what I'm trying to say is that if anybody trying to merge in and red light jumping happens, it's a life regardless.
Yeah, I understand. So the accident can happen to anyone. We got that. The impact to that person is a different between.
Okay, I will have to take perceptions out.
Yep.
Thank you so much. We appreciate. I will have to entertain other comments from members of public, so I appreciate all the back and forth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
We will.
Chair, just to clarify one piece of data, we collectively pulled up the bus route information while we were waiting, and it is bus route 22 at that stop, and it does have 15-minute headways during the morning. So it is 4 times an hour during the 8 to 11 a.m. time period.
Thank you. We will now move to members of the public who've waited patiently. I appreciate your patience again. So with staff.
We have a couple speaker cards filled out, and anyone can speak, but I'll go ahead and call the names so we have a little order here. Shelby Booker, Reshma Kotwal, Shailesh Dubal. I'm sorry if I've said names incorrectly. Forgive me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shelby. I'm the Director of Santa Clara County Programs for Covenant House, California. This is the program that is directly next door to the former La Paloma and the proposed site for this project. I'm here today to, hopefully you read the letter that we wrote, but really to fix some of the errors and the inaccurate things that were said by your committee at the last meeting. One, in regarding to crime, there was a statement that the police are at our site, which is again next door, at least twice a week, arresting homeless drug dealers. Hopefully you saw the email from Sergeant Deeger showing that that was wholly inaccurate. So I really want to say that first. I've appreciated sitting here for several hours now, listening to many of you talk about the importance of housing. We are a program that provides 30 beds a day for young adults who were formerly experiencing homelessness. Our young people are not homeless. They are housed the moment they move into our program. They're not criminals, as shown by the data provided by the sergeant of the SCPD. Secondly, you've talked so much about how important the safety is of children and humans, right? We operate next door, surrounded by abandoned buildings. We're not safe. And you delaying this project is creating even more unsafe opportunities for people to come in and hurt the people we serve. We serve young adults 18 to 24, as well as parents and their children. We have 0 to 5-year-olds living on our site. So if you deeply care about them like you're describing you do, you will move forward with this project. So we're here to strongly support the project of this immediately and to stop delaying it and making our site and our young people more unsafe by leaving us next to an abandoned building.
Thank you for being here.
Do we have Shailesh Dubal?
Yeah, Shailesh Dubale. Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to represent us. I'm here to support this project, and I live at Barbara Drive. So actually, I'm just there, and I know we are neighbors, 2 houses down there, and we've been there for a while. And I drop my kids every day in the morning. One of my daughter goes to Cabrillo, so I go through that intersection. But the thing is that I haven't seen that people are jumping. There's a lot of blue-collar people who are around the neighborhoods actually go towards the 7-Eleven, and I have seen that on that other side also there are apartments, and they have the childcare issues as well. So the one that came up recently is being welcomed by the neighborhood, as well as people are expecting something more because there are working parents, both parents are working, and it's difficult for them to either drop their kids far off. So I think this location is going to be easy in terms of that neighborhood, so they can drop and they can go to their work areas, wherever they have to go to. And as far as the red light signals jumping is concerned, I think that happens everywhere. As we talked about, I'm not going to just preach to the choir here about everything that's happening. So that's going to happen. And again, I think people have lost their patience, the post-COVID, so everybody's trying to jump. And that's what's happening everywhere. That's why you see so many things happening. And I have seen sometimes those red light jumps, but that's everywhere. So I'm here specifically to support this, because this is going to bring more harmony towards the area. And as far as the people who are driving far off, even my neighbors are driving almost 5 miles away to drop their kids, so might be better for them as well. So thank you, thanks for the time.
Thank you for being here.
Let's see, do we have Reshma Kotwal, Rajendra Kondapur?
Good evening, committee members. So I'm here as a Santa Clara resident and a parent. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and I like to explain to you, I'm in support of this project. So I'd like to strongly support this development and request the planning committee to help in this effort. Like a previous applicant said, Santa Clara is for families, right? And as a resident of Santa Clara, I believe this facility will add value and help provide childcare support for parents living here and in the surrounding communities around here. We know that we're going to have affordable care housing that's coming up. Those kids need to go to daycares, they need preschools. So this location is very conveniently placed at an intersection where people can easily spot it, go in and go out, right? Now, so I feel that our city will really benefit from their services. Now, why and how? Number one, it's located conveniently to serve families with kids living in the Santa Clara and San Jose city premises. We have residents coming down from San Jose as well, who will come here and they'll benefit from these facilities. It's easy to spot and accessible from El Camino Real, making it convenient for parents working in the real estate businesses, retail businesses in that facility, right? We have the Santa Clara Center right there. Like parents working in the at Target and so on, they can easily come and drop off their kids and pick them up. So also, my kids have attended Tulip Academy before, and they carry a very good reputation to maintaining security and safety of the kids as their #1 priority, and they will do so in this matter as well. So I hope the committee views these positive outcomes from having Tulip childcare here and blesses them. They need our support to make our city family-friendly. We can find a lot of reasons for and they're all valid reasons that you guys brought up, but I'm very sure that they will address these issues, put in all the safety and all the security, measures in place to satisfy, the committee's requirements. But we do need this facility in here, and I hope, the council considers it and supports it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We have a couple more cards, and you can come up in any order. We're getting a lot of people here. But we have Rajendra Kandapur.
Rajendra.
Rajendra.
Okay, next name.
We have some people online, but so we can go ahead and go that way, since we have them in that order. Rama.
Hold. We have one more person. Please
Go
come
ahead.
forward.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Sneha Vedula, and one of the co-founders, and I've been a resident of 1712 Graham Lane for over 2 decades. And of course, definitely, first of all, I definitely thoroughly support the project, but the concerns which you have raised puts me in a situation that, is it that unsafe to live? Because whether this project would thrive or not, but I'm a resident out there, and I cross that signal 5 times a day, whether it's for grocery, for my going to my work, or anything. And I haven't seen, things happening, whether, accidents happening right in front of me, or because being a citizen, I do care for the Santa Clara city. And I feel when there's some things which, I feel that safety and all is beyond our scope. And what I would like to, request the council is when there's a hospital, we know from a mile ahead that there's a hospital. And when there's a public school, we know there's a school ahead. Why can't the city take a pioneer, being a pioneer, that there's a childcare? Because we were all concerning about childcare and facilities like this, which are extremely important. So where there are signages from that there is a childcare facility. We are used to, and the mindset of the people are used to when there is a public school, like we know from half a mile, a hospital from 1 mile. So why can't, wherever there is a childcare, it will enforce more? And I feel that cities should rather state, alternative measures where, crime enforcement and these agencies can, analyze more where there are childcare facilities or bearing to educational or younger children, and can help us more than being a hindrance. That's what I feel. And personally, I have been a resident for 2 decades now, and I haven't seen anything happening out there. So I would definitely, I walk, I run, and I do, and I haven't seen. And this would definitely help the neighborhood, being already the neighborhood with Target and all the facilities, restaurants, the groceries, the Indian groceries and the Smart and Final, all those. It has been an excellent neighborhood. And it's hurting too, and it feels sad when the commission members who are ambassadors of city say it loud here and after so many times that it's unsafe. We have to work towards making it safe rather than saying it unsafe and keeping our hands away. That's what I would request. So thank you.
Thank you for being here. And please avoid clapping. Thank you. We appreciate all comments here.
We have some more speaker cards. Amma Teha, John Ha, Sheila Vidula.
Hi, my name is... Yeah, sure.
We're calling the names. We've added some
Staff
speaker
has
cards.
requested to call the names out for the record.
Yes. Absolutely, yes. Anyone who hasn't filled out a speaker card can speak also. It just helps keep a little order here. So we have, after this, we have John Ha, Sheila Vidula, Claudia Patson, Alejandra Rajas, and then we also have 3 people online who'd like to speak. Thank you.
Please line up. If your names have been called, of course, 2 minutes, you're going to wait. So I appreciate. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Aman. I'm a working professional here in the Bay Area. I fully support this project. I think Santa Clara is a kids and family-friendly city. More childcare is needed to support the city economy. This project will help improve the neighborhood, and the presence would be a great help to the working parents who need children to be cared for in this area. I know there's been a lot of debate about he saw, she saw on that signal, and so on and so forth. I can just say from personal experience, and I don't mean to generalize, that when I'm around a school, around a place that children are possibly there, I'm like 200, 300% more careful. So even if you were to assume that people are reckless around this area, a child care facility will make them more careful rather than more reckless. Just a point of view that I wanted you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is John Ha, and I live in Santa Clara for more than 20 years. And I'm also the architect for the projects, and I did the one across the street as well. I did many child cares. And as far as I understand, I want to clarify in your mind that a child care is not a school. A child care is not like the people walk to the school. They are very little children. The parent drive there, drop them off, pick them up. It's the same thing like a restaurant. A parent take 4 kids to the restaurant and then still have to leave the restaurant, right? It's not like besides, child cares, there's no time constraint, not like school. 8 o'clock, they have to be there. And everybody line up at 8 o'clock. Child cares, they can drop off their kids anytime, right? There's no, I've done a lot, and I've been to a lot of them, and I asked them, do you have any problem dropping off the kids or picking up? They said no, because they all spread out. They all come in at different time. Some parent work, some parent don't. It's not like they all have to be there at 8 o'clock. That's why it creates a lot of traffic. But childcare is different. Just want to clear your mind. And then besides, once they are inside, they're inside the whole time. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Please come forward.
Hello, good afternoon or good night. My name is Alejandra Barajas. I'm the residential manager at Covenant House, California, the transitional housing program next door. I speak for myself, but for the full team at Covenant House, and would like to state that we are in full support of this project. I sincerely respect your concerns on the safety for the youth, but I truly believe that Tulip Kids has thought thoroughly about all the safety concerns and seems that they're open to additional feedback and potentially implementing that. I personally spend about 40 to 60 hours a week since April 2021 at work next door, and have never witnessed a traffic accident nor a smash and grab, any type of crime like that nature. And I also would like to add that my colleague Shelby Booker mentioned that we do serve parenting adults. So how amazing would it be for our young parents who live next door to be able to drop off their kids right next door while they're either at work or school, trying to create a better future not only for themselves but for their families. In addition to that, I also would like to just add that we've heard from surrounding neighbors and the police department and they've expressed so much gratitude towards us for opening up a building, or opening up the 2250 El Camino Real building and operating there, and it's shown that it has reduced crime. So that goes to show that the more that we fill these abandoned buildings, crimes will continue to go down. So I would like that for you all to really consider and hear everyone here that is in support of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Do we have any more in-house?
I'm not sure if some of you have come up already or not.
Hold on.
Claudia Patsan and Shayla Vidula.
She already spoke. Shayla already spoke.
It's a little hard to know, so thank you.
Hi. You already know that everyone and their mother supports this project, so I just wanted to add that the red light issue will become less of a problem in the future. My car already detects and stops where red lights and self-driving cars are coming, And technology in a decade will make it a lot better, but in a decade we'll still need childcare. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. On behalf of my very good friend and prior employer, Deepti Mota and Naval Mota, I will speak. I am here in support of the Santa Clara preschool site. I have known the CEOs of this company for many years. If this court tells them to install something, they'll get it done. If you tell them to remove or replace infrastructure, they'll do it. They will do whatever is asked of them. And you may think it's for their own benefit, but that would be wrong. It is a business, but at the end of the day, they know it's a preschool that offers many families in this location on Los Padres in Benton, where I live as well, an opportunity for childcare. They expand to give more opportunities to other families to experience the type of amazing curriculum and quality teaching they can provide. If safety is the issue, they will solve it. They will get it done, whatever is needed. I was a former director of Tulip, and I know that safety is their #1 priority. That's where we got the NACE accreditation, National Association of Early Young Children, there in Lawrence Station. I know that for sure everything that Naval had stated is true and honest in all accounts, because I was the NACE accreditor for that place. And there was no accidents whatsoever. We have never had any. I know the other, I don't want to call it businesses, the other preschools as well, they have never had any accidents. I can attest to that. So that's why we got the NACE accreditation, as safety and health as is a standard that they need to pass. And if they didn't pass it, they wouldn't have given us the NACE accreditation. But they passed it with a 9 out of 10 score. So that was that. And just saying that, if you guys know what a NACE accreditation is and how far and the length that we have to go through with all the paperwork, you know that this preschool and also the owners do take safety into consideration as a major priority. Hopefully tonight, we're not speaking empty words, and that you can consider the CEOs of the company will do anything to comply the best of their abilities to make this school safe and compatible for the inhabitants of the community. And I know that a lot of the community spoke to myself too, and they are pro for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more.
Good evening, everyone. Ms. G. Ponce, the site director of another Tulip, Willow site, somewhere in Willow Avenue. I've been there for 8 years of my service and 32 years of my child development career. With the guidance of those punishment that I have, it's been like a success for us, no citation at all, no major accident that happened, in which I highly recommend my support to Santa Clara, City of Santa Clara, to open this site, because with the guidance, as well as with the proper guidelines, supervision of the staff, as well as with everybody concerned, it will be a success for having this another Tulip. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Do we have any more in-house? One more. Please come forward.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Divya, and I am an employee in Tulip Willow side. And it's been 3 years, and I haven't seen any accident over there. And what I believe that Santa Clara is like a diverse society, and literally parents literally forcing us to open new branch in Santa Clara, and they are waiting to literally open to a new branch over there. So I really want to, looking forward to your approval, and thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, we'll now move online.
We have 3 hands online. The first one is Rama. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello,
everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And I have been following this. I am in total support for this location. Deepthi and Naval have been a great support to the community, not only through the school and support, but through all the organizations and everything that they have put together, their heart and soul in making Santa Clara special. Now, coming to this particular site, we are living in a data-driven world, and it is really disheartening to see that today we presented the data that there was no crimes or things that happened at the red light at that signal, but everyone was speaking that we have seen this happen. So I really want to see that how can we enforce more data that can provide these things to our city to make better judgments on safety of the city. I lived in I am Sunnyvale resident. My son attended the martial arts school, Ernie Reyes, on the intersection of San Thomas and San Thomas, Expressway, and Lawrence. That is even more prime than the Tulip daycare that we are speaking about right now. My son attended there for 8 years, going to the 2nd degree black belt. I did not see any crime happening. And when we are talking about crime, that any expressway is more prone to crime, then we should be able to look into, Kaiser as a hospital. So anybody can walk in, grab something and run away, right? That is not happening. The other thing I wanted to bring is to the attention is that when we are talking about drugs and all of that, Sneha actually rightly pointed out, I feel so unsafe living in Sunnyvale now with all of this data that this much of crime is happening and we are not doing anything to stop the crime, rather than we are trying something to stop a daycare, which actually will bring more discipline into that entire location. If a restaurant was okay, why a childcare is not okay, where a restaurant also has the same capacity of people coming in, going out to that El Camino intersection. So many accidents can happen and should happen if that is the data that we are trying to provide. So
Thank
I'm
you.
disheartened.
Thank you, Rama. Your time is up. If you want to wrap up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I support this project for all these valid reasons.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Giovanni. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, folks. I'm back, but online. I can't really speak a lot with confidence around zoning and things like that, but I can speak about education. As a longtime resident of Santa Clara and an educator, I want to echo some of the other comments, is that I do support this fully, especially, being sad to see La Paloma go away, but also seeing how it's developed into an area that's white. And I think that there's no better solution to fix that than to have kids there, because, just imagine, kids are what makes our society so fantastic. And why I'm in education is that we are a lot more careful around schools. I did also work at continuation high school that had a daycare facility next to it. And I know the impact that a daycare facility makes, because at a continuation school, we had a lot of students who had questionable histories and made bad choices in the past. But when they're around kids, we were literally the safest high school in San Jose Unified, and we're not supposed to be, because all the kids that came to us had come to us committing crimes and doing bad things, and they've turned things around. And I think part of it is to be around the daycare and helping out in a daycare. Living in that area, I think we also want to put a little bit of onus, on the police department to make that area a little bit better and make the commitment to make that place better. And we're all here talking about housing and moving in more people. And the only way that we can have more people in the area is to make sure that we have the services needed for the growing housing demands that we have. So I fully support it. Covenant House, I'm going to come and talk to you guys about my old school and see how we can support our kids.
Thank you, Mr. Bowie. We have one more online, and then I'll call
We have 4 more online.
Yes, we're getting more. Yeah.
The next speaker is Rajendra. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, my name is Rajendra Kundapur. I'm the resident of Santa Clara, been here for almost more than 2 decades. I have a daughter who is 7 years old, and constantly, I've been trying to look for daycare within Santa Clara. Everywhere there is a wait list of 6 months to 8 months. I'm forced to send my daughter for a daycare in Mountain View, and early in the morning, I had to juggle between going to work in the opposite direction and dropping my kids to Mountain View daycare. And if you have seen someone crossing those red lights, it could be me crossing those red lights because there is no daycare close to my house where I can send my kid. So I also appreciate, the council members trying to hold a very high standard for this daycare that's coming in, Tulip Daycare. I wish, the same kind of high standard was held for restaurant business or any other business because even if you go to a restaurant, you are going there with a family, with small kids. As someone mentioned, you could be coming out of those locations in, out, or whatever. Um, I think it's a lot more dangerous if you give permit for restaurant and other places there. It's a lot more dangerous to have those things there because people are going to still have the same kind of traffic issues, same kind of accident issues. Daycare is probably going to be much safer. If safety is a big concern, daycare is, I think, it's going to be a lot more safer. The reason is because people are going to see there is a daycare, this is a kids zone. They're probably going to, slow down in these locations. And the second thing is, as someone mentioned, I'm sending to the daycare. I've sent my kid to a daycare in multiple places. It's not a school, and these daycare places are secure in the sense no kids cannot just run away from that location. There are teachers monitoring, the parents monitoring those locations. So what I'm trying to say here is, the whole debate about safety, just because it's a daycare there, I really cannot fathom that. Um, as I said, we are approving a lot more
Thank you,
houses
Rajendra.
around that
If you want
area,
to wrap
but
up.
not daycare. Yeah. So I'm trying to say, there are more housing there, and we need to have appropriate number of daycares around these locations. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any more online?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Our next speaker is Ipsita. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Good evening. So we are Ipsita and Sunil. We reside in Los Altos, and both our kids went to Tulip daycare as well as preschool. As a matter of fact,
preschool, daycare, after school, all three.
yeah. As a matter of fact, our daughter, who is almost 18, has worked part-time at Tulip as an assistant teacher as well. So we are here in support. I will say that this has been a very long hearing, and thank you for providing a platform for all of us to speak and make ourselves heard. This is something I haven't seen in Los Altos where we live. So, so this is, kudos to you guys. Many good points have already been made. So here is one more that I want to add. Childcare centers, play an important role in the economy by allowing parents to work and contribute to the workforce. Without access to quality childcare, many parents may be forced to stay at home and not work. So we are in support, and that's the point I wanted to make.
I would like to add that we are not just clients of Naval Mohta, Deepti Mohta, and Sneha Vedula's Tulip Academy. We are also friends, very good friends, and we know them for the past so many years. I mean, our child is turning 18 in October. We know the perseverance that the CEOs have, the character and the passion with which they run this school. And we really, really want that passion to be seen by others in Santa Clara City. This is something that only the business owners can bring to the society and help the society with their kind deeds. So we really support this business, and we really hope that you also support this business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Our next speaker is Srinivas. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I'm the chairman of Delphi Academy of Schools, which is now called Da Vinci. We used to be on Pomeroy. Avenue. We have now moved to Campbell because to expand. And my only observation is an area becomes safer when you have safe businesses to operate. And that's our experience. When we moved from Palmyra, we did a lot of research where to set up our school, how to expand. And this has been our number one priority. So it is safer than a restaurant which serves alcoholic drinks. Here, you have parents who are responsible citizens of the county, of the city, of the state. They're bringing their children there, and there cannot be another business that you can expect.
We lost you.
Yeah,
We lost you, Srinivas.
yeah, it looks like he, yeah. Okay. We have 3 more speakers, just so you know, on Zoom.
The next speaker is Varsha. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, judges. My name is Varsha, and I'm here to support this business. And I want to add to Mr. A, as he said, that a preschool is different from a school, like where kids are dropped off at the same time and they like stand in a line, and some kids are walking there on their own. I'm a mother too. Like I have 2 kids. One goes to a preschool and one to a school. So I know the difference in a preschool in the matter of where in a preschool, the parents drop off their kids, like they don't drop off their kids, they hand over their kids in the hands of the teacher. They go inside themselves, and also there is no certain timing. There is no such timing that at this time the gate will be closed, so they make a huge line and the traffic is congested. So this is a difference in terms of the traffic. And also I know Tulip Kids Academy since long, like 5 years, and I have like full faith in their safety. Also in like outdoor structures, playground, I have been there. I'm also a teacher, so I know the difference like in a preschool and a school. So I want you guys to please consider this point in the matter of fact of the congestion in the traffic that a preschool will have. It will not have congestion in the traffic, because I live next door to Cupertino High School. So I know, like, and a preschool. So I know like preschool will help in the safety of that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sean. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi there. My name is Sean. Thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've been a resident of the Bay Area, Santa Clara and Sunnyvale for about 20 years now. I want to start by saying that I'm 100% in support of this project, and that for the benefit of the future generations of Santa Clara, I highly encourage that you all move forward with this proposal. I think a lot of people have spoken about it already, so I don't want to emphasize the public safety issues and all that, but I think it's difficult to overstate the importance of good childcare in the community. Obviously, again, it's very clear about the potential safety risks. I can't really speak to that, but I think at the same time, it's important to look at the track record for the safety for Tulip Kids, as well as the data that was presented. I should also emphasize the willingness of the entire Tulip staff to always be adapting to new regulations, feedback from people in the neighborhoods, and recommendations from seasoned professionals, as we've seen in the data. Just one more comment that I think as members and representatives of the Bay Area who are invested in the safety and enrichment of future generations, it's our duty to not make decisions based on anecdotes about an intersection or congestion by a bus, but based on the feedback of seasoned professionals such as the police department, whose data we already saw, and the long-term benefits, such as the impact of childcare on society. Anyways, thank you for your time. I appreciate this.
Thank you, Mr. Mota.
Our next speaker is Anjali. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, this is Anjali and Nitin speaking. We know of Tulip through our friends. Now our children are grown up now, but as a person who is deeply interested in education, we wish we had a childcare facility of this caliber while my children were growing up. Of course, we have heard about the difficulties of this particular spot, of the safety issues, but I think it is probably impossible to find a perfect spot for anything. And perhaps after the rather depressing COVID era, it would be a great idea for all of us to focus on the many positives that an institute like Tulip can bring to the city and to the community of Santa Clara, right? I believe it would be nice for us, all of us, to focus on providing concrete suggestions to the perceived deficiencies of this spot and make it work. But having heard of many positive things about Tulip and the awards that it has given, I think it would be a great addition to our city and the community to provide the children of this community with a service like this, which is not only for the children, but also for the parents as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers we have online.
Thank you. I think we have in-house. Is the person still interested in speaking? Somebody wanted to speak? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I support this project. As a teacher, I know our school give very safe environment all the day. All the day we are inside. As a teacher, I know how much we are careful for the kids. Yes, everybody love to kids. So I am always dropping time, pick up time. We have that different teachers. There are different duties, right? Always our teachers are morning to evening, morning time and evening time. They are standing on the door when the parents come for the pickup time and dropping time. We are always aware. So I support this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else before we? Okay, with that, I thought you said, do you want to come forward? I've been trying to recognize you.
Good evening, all of you. My name is Jayashree, and I'm resident of Santa Clara, and I live on the Los Padres Boulevard, and this location is half-mile away from my house. And I work at Sunnyvale location. Like I have been working there for 10 years, and there is zero accident. So this project will be good for our future job and the community, and also for the children and their parents, so they don't have to drive far and to drop their children.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the courage to come and speak. She was like a pop-up there. All right. Okay, we'll give the applicant the final 5 minutes.
I do have one more hand that popped up online.
Oh, okay. All right.
Two more hands. Is it Ronak?
We'll give everybody a moment to
You
get
should
their
be able to
hearts.
unmute and speak.
Ronak, if you hear us, please unmute. Let's move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker would be Paramita. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Is it an IT issue?
I don't think so. Let me try another. I have another hand that popped up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try Shilpa. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, I feel sorry that you have to have such a long day. So thank you so much for supporting this childcare facility and having a sort of a long day. Really appreciate that. So I'm a Sunnyvale resident and a medical professional. To me, every life matters, right? Whether they are young children or adults. While I see that there are many broad perspectives are being offered by the founders, the staff, other fellow public patrons, and by city council members, I sincerely appreciate that city council members are taking very comprehensive evaluations from all broader perspectives. And that, as a resident of Bay Area, gives me a great deal of confidence, especially being a medical professional on city council's remits. So thank you so much. I mean it really. Thank you so much for doing that. The founders and the staff of the school have presented various data analytics, and I'm being a medical professional, very data-driven approach, and we take safety a great priority for our patients. And Tulip have a stellar record of taking safety as one of their key priority. And what I heard from Naval and the staff members is that they're willing to take all measures to make safety as their continued priority. So while there are anecdotes, all of us experience anecdotes in our lives. I urge the city members that this daycare facility deserves the opportunity to continue to offer the childcare needs for the local community, to make the community a better place, not only for the working parents, but our future generation of young adults. They could be coming from various different diverse backgrounds. So I really urge you to consider that they're willing to take various different steps while there are anecdotes that exist in our lives. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak briefly. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we now call for the two we could not connect?
Yeah. Paramita, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Paramita, can you hear us? You are recognized if you can unmute. Okay. Moving to Ronak.
All right, Ronak, you should be able to unmute. Ah, there we go.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, some audio issue initially. So I'll keep this short. I speak in the capacity of a parent. Two of my kids go to Tulip Kids in Cupertino, and Tulip is a phenomenal establishment. And I'm very confident that in the new center that they're planning to open, they'll adhere to the guidelines and make sure safety and security is quintessential to their to school principals. So I support the project, and that's all. I won't take too much time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ronak.
Okay, the next hand I have is Shashi. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Yeah, thank you. I express my strong support for the establishment of a childcare facilities in our community. As a resident, as a parent, as a working woman, I understand the critical need for accessible and high quality childcare option for working families. So I support this preschool. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next speaker I have is Anshu. You should be able to unmute and speak. Anshu?
Hi, this is Anshu here. I wanted to say just few words about the Tulip. Like, I believe if this site get open, this gonna give us big changes in our community to the, and it also gonna give us a good, you can say a good early childhood education for us. Everyone wants a good early childhood education for their children, and I believe Tulip is actually working on all of the aspects. So I strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, the next hand I have is Miss Jenny. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, my name is Miss Jenny, and I belong to the Tulip Kids Cupertino, and I've absolutely loved being a teacher and a parent. My child goes to the after-school program, and I feel 1,000% safe and secure, not just in the playground aspect, in what they chose as their structure, but the way they follow their protocol. Personally, I have felt such a great relief of trust. I have absolutely loved all of my teachers, my coworkers, and I've loved my experience as a teacher and a parent. My child, Athena, has been learning. She's very stubborn, but I truly feel supported in that. I feel like I'm not alone as a parent, and my teachers support me in multiple aspects. The playgrounds have been so amazing and really provide so many safety aspects. They're not they're not just far away from the fences, as I understand those are the concerns that, oh, something might happen close to the fence, something might happen. But I truly feel that there's efficient supervision, super efficient supervision. So I absolutely support this progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenny. I hope your daughter didn't hear you say that.
Okay, the next speaker I have is Hanam. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, this is Hanam Kurana. Good evening, everyone. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Actually, I am here just to support Tulip Kids Academy. We like being a parent as a teacher over there. My daughter is also enrolled over there in the Sunnyvale branch at Willow Venue, and my daughter is like in the early stage. She was like crying all the time, but now she is so settled. She's playing around. I think we need more these types of branches all over around, like to raise the kids, because every parent want the kids to be like in the safe hands, that we are satisfied over there. And I know like my daughter is doing well, so it gives me a relaxing a great relax as well as satisfaction in my mind. So I really support Tulip Kids Academy to open a new branch over there, because it's not only me. Many parents like me would like to have these types of schools with us, so that we can see like our children are growing in a proper manner. They are learning few new things, and Tulip is one of them, which can help community to grow and nurture the kids over there. So I really support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanam.
For speakers, that's it.
Okay. Not yet, yes. We'll now give 5 minutes to the applicant.
So I want to really thank you for this long evening and for your patience to listen to us and prospective parents, current parents, and whatnot. And I think you'll make a good judgment call here and I'll look at this in totality. What we can do in the facility is to put all types of safety controls and make sure that kids are safe, parents are safe, staff is safe. And we are willing to listen to any recommendations that you have to make it safer. And we are willing to work with law enforcement in whichever fashion they would like us to do that. Put traffic guard, traffic coordinator, what it may be, to help smoothen the traffic in those times. Of course, the data of the traffic study does not warrant that there will be a traffic backup and all that, but I still want to go with anecdotal evidences that people are talking about, and I want to respect that. I completely respect that. So I would love to have, take any measure that will make you comfortable. It's you who are the authorities, and I want you to make comfortable. Tell us, suggest us what we should do. Whether it is within the city, whether it is at county, whether it is state, we are more than willing to support that. And as somebody mentioned, I believe that like a hospital, like a school, there are signs. Why not for the preschools? I would be more than happy to put that sign to educate people. There is a childcare coming up, be careful. Another gentleman, somebody said that when I drive by, I look at a school sign, I slow down mentally. Automatically the body reacts to that. There is a school, there are kids going to be. So maybe this childcare bring in here will bring those jumping lights that Nancy said that she has seen and all that are happening there. Definitely that would be possibly avoided because we will be more cautious. Those who are trying to rush into the work and all, they see there is a childcare coming in, they might be more willing to take a step back and slow down and reduce or not jump. So with that, I would like to request all of you to please approve this, and we would be more than happy to work within your city, with your guidance and with your support.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Before we make a motion, can I just say something? Can we make a stipulation that in the playground area, like
It'll come after.
Afterwards? Yeah, okay.
Move to close public discussion.
Second. Okay.
Motion.
Motion?
I made the motion.
Commissioner Crutchlow, and closed Commissioner Huang. Oh, Commissioner Slim.
Okay, so
Okay. Oh,
Salam, who seconded?
one day. Don't.
I go first.
Thank you. Motion passes to close public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw hands go higher and higher up, and I'm sure all of us will want to stand at this point. Okay, by order, Commissioner Salem.
Okay, I want to make two small comments. The first one philosophical and the second one on this project directly. The philosophy of this is that we as commissioners really must accept that when we sit down in this chair, we do so with an open mind. And I have to be honest and admit that I came in with a somewhat prejudiced impression of how I would think about this. And the applicants and the supporters have done an outstanding job of completely obliterating that assumption. Now, beyond that, in this project, also philosophically, if someone wants to build their home in the center of an active volcano, we can help them make a decision not to do that. This isn't an active volcano. Our assumptions and our prejudice to the placement of this may be clouding the judgment that this is indeed an unsafe location. I'm hearing a tremendous amount of local advocacy stating that this is not the case, and we should not, in our hubris, assume that our opinion of this place is somehow wiser than the people who occupy the area, Covenant House and others in that exact space know better than us how they feel that neighborhood is. The other thing is I don't think it ever got said, and I don't think others here ever assumed that the daycare facility itself was in any way unsafe. The daycare facility is amazing. It's wonderful. It belongs in the right place. And if everybody is now convinced, and has convinced me, this is the right place, it would be egotistical and silly of me to deny that and try and overlay my invented fears on a conscious, cognizant decision of what should be done. So I have to support it. I have to support it on the basis of the comments and the people that have come forward in support of it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Suleiman. Well chosen choice of words. Commissioner Wang.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My question is the ages of the children, 1 to 5, so they cannot walk by themselves. So the drivers, the parents, they are adults. So they are the same as the restaurant. Thank you, the architect. Yeah, so I fully support this project. Yeah, as Commissioner Salam mentioned, we cannot say what's our feelings. We need to listen to the people and to, based on the fact, to make our decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wang. Commissioner Crutchlow.
Thank you. So my thoughts about what you do with this preschool, you do the best you can to be safe. and I believe that. You can't control anybody else, though. You cannot control the traffic, you cannot control the people, you can't control the location, yes. But I've seen like Montessori schools on Saratoga by 280, an area I would be really scared to put my kids, but I haven't heard any problems. But here's the thing that I feel, you're trying to do the best you can. If this commission really believes that that location is the wrong location and dangerous, then we have a different problem, and we as the commission should be handling that by making it safer. You know, what we've talked about before with all the people running the traffic lights and stuff, I'm sick of it. And what I would love to see is we, as partners in this community, help you to make it safer. And part of it would be like an idea of, for example, having the police come out during the times when the traffic is there and going after the people that are running the red lights. And guess what? Pretty soon they're going to notice that the police are out there enforcing that traffic. And I think that that would be something, a suggestion, but we should do something on our part to make sure that we do this. We need more of these places. We need to make sure that they're safe because we already have parents that are driving, you know, miles out of their way to take them to other places. We all know that within 25 miles of where you live is where you're going to have the most accidents. And if we can reduce that mileage so that it's smaller and safer, why don't we shine out and be the community that we want to be and be safer and help our citizens, you know, get more opportunity to have their kids in a safe place and location. So I would recommend that as part of this, we might think about, do we just reach out to the chief of police and say, hey, listen, would it be possible to help out in some way to make these places safer? We already have a preschool there. How many accidents have they had there? Thank you.
Good thoughts. Commissioner Biagini.
First comment, please don't ever apologize for a lot of people putting their feelings up front and speaking. That's what we're here for. I mean, I'd say you could never go too late, but I imagine what might be late for me, probably late for you as well. So that said, I really want to give a show. They're not here anymore. Covenant House, I think, does a wonderful job. The woman who came up, and I don't remember your name, but the idea that we should have signs that say preschool head, to the head of the class. Okay. And as far as concerns about, well, you know, do restaurant patrons, you know, okay, let me just say this. Everybody's life is important. But when children are involved, the bar is higher for me. So know that. As far as is Tulip a place that I would love to see in Santa Clara, trust me, after what I've heard tonight, I would welcome with open arms a Tulip Academy to be here. But I also, you know, you knew there was a but coming, right? I have to look at my city. I have to do what I feel is right. It isn't about Tulip and what they provide. It's about the location and how the building is situated on that location. And knowing that intersection as a lifelong resident, and definitely to Commissioner Crutchlow's point, and I think to Commissioner Salam, you know, if there was a way to trigger it, is there a way we can partner? I think all of those, and I love the signs idea. I mean, that was really great. He picked up on it too. You made some big points. I mean, I think that that is stuff we do need to do down the road, but for right now, I have to look at what I consider the type of safety problems in that intersection that I'm not, you've moved the ball for me, but it's not quite to the point where I could support Tulip being on that location, on that site. So I can't right now support the project, and believe me, I wish I could have Tulip there, but maybe just somewhere else on El Camino in Santa Clara. Okay, that's all. And thank you for cutting me off when I talked too long last time.
No. I just want to make sure we are staying to the questions and the moments. Commissioner Boozer.
Yeah, let me, I don't want to tiptoe through this, but, you know, through Tulip's type of thing, but anyway. Yeah. One of the things, if this gets approved, I want to make sure that you take it in consideration to put those, because my main concern is in that playground with the children being in there. Let the adults take care of themselves, but the children being there, and all you need is one idiot that's driving at 7-Eleven in a hurry, not paying attention. They're using their cell phone, looking at the cell phone, and goes boom and knocks out those fences. I want to see those poles in there, cemented all the way down, so that way at least you can prevent something. Because it sounds like you would do that, because the way that you showing you care about your business, you want to make it as safe as possible, and I think you would take that into consideration. Okay? I wish you would have picked a different location, for God's sakes.
Thank you, Commissioner Booza. Any other thoughts before I go? All right, so thank you for all the parents. And actually, I was chuckling away because I was in your shoes 18 years ago. I had exactly the same need for a credible childcare. I was in front of the City of Sunnyvale Planning Commission, trying to plead desperately to the Planning Commission to allow a childcare of choice. That the rules then were it couldn't be within next to 300 feet of another childcare. So it ended getting approved thanks to a membership like this and an advocacy group and parents. You did your due diligence. You brought all the data. You've heard everything that was asked. And of course, there's going to be always a variable, but that variable exists in life. It exists in life. No matter where we go, whether we're in school, whether we're in office, whether we are in a hospital, whether we are at a restaurant, whether we are at a daycare. But I believe, and I truly do, after listening to many things that was said in assurances, not just in assurances, but in knowing I also go to this site, knowing the community that is now coming up, and knowing that the vacancies will get reduced, the demand for this daycare will continue to be more valuable to the safety of the neighborhood, as well as to the community that is going to now have to drive, if this is not approved, to Mountain View and to Sunnyvale, like myself. I truly believe that this is an asset to this community, and want to thank all the hard work done by the staff to bring you to this far. And guaranteed, if it doesn't get passed here, I know where it'll go. So I know where this will actually get approved as well, but I want to make sure that where our concerns come from made you dive into the details better. You are fully now aware of the issues. And if I may, for the commission, suggest an option here to have this come back as a report of any traffic accidents. We've done this in the past in another school, not too long back, that we heard an extension where we said 3 years or 2 years, however we feel comfortable, to bring back a record of any known violations, any known accidents, any known crime at this site. Again, we can't stop, but at this site, and anything that specifically impacted either because of your childcare or to your childcare. If we could just make that like a report status to come back, and then we can revisit the longevity of the use permit status. If staff, you could guide me on a similar effort that we have done in the past where a use permit, and I think it was Sal Caruso's actually, where we said provide a report of any incidents. Could you help me out there?
Yeah, we have done this for school, and that's what you were referencing on a use permit on a school. And also, we've done this for alcohol, beer, and wine as well. We do 6 months, 12 months review. So whatever you want to review and however long, we can make that into a conditions of approval.
Thank you. And I do, and this is me from the heart, I believe our city of Santa Clara has one of the best police forces. So while we continue to acknowledge that there might be a variable, there's always a variable, but I think our police will definitely have, I can see from all the support that they have given in the data collection, will continue to look at it as now a child care. But to the point of to Crutchlow, maybe we make it, we can make it a condition, just so you know, no. But we could definitely encourage the city and of course whoever is able to hear and to actually put it part of your outreach with PD to have somebody patrol your sites. We have that, and I live right across a school, Stratford. I know the actual, and we have the coordinator there. We have actually the police ensure there's no speeding because of a school. And it's a private, so you're not too different, but you could definitely make that request as part of your actual outreach and have a request to patrol. You could also do your coordinators, but that I think is my offer to the commission's concerns, but we will see how the vote goes tonight. And
So a question about that, let me just understand what you're saying is that it'll be conditional and it'll be reviewed at certain time periods, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the condition that we can truly ask, outside of the condition that is of any infrastructure upgrades that we can actually ask and implement, is the opportunity for the report back to the commission, a year, 2 years, however we feel appropriate, on the record of any crime data, accidents, and or any violations that has happened, and I will be specific, plus we can't control what's outside, but what has happened to the parents or the children of the daycare, as well as to the site itself, so that we have an actual awareness of how this is going. I think the applicant may be open to it. I'm going on a whim here, but okay. And so, Commissioner Boozer, you have a clarification.
Yeah, I just like, I see what you're doing, but at the same time, you can't expect them to spend hundreds of thousands, $1 million, whatever it will cost to retrofit everything, and then just because we approve this because of an accident, 2 accidents, 3 accidents, says, okay, sorry, we're going to revoke this. And the guy is going to stand there and goes, I just spent all this money to fix this, and things happen beyond my control. What am I going to do? I just feel uncomfortable doing that,
I understand. And again, you're welcome to vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a business,
Thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar.
I don't feel good with it.
So I'd first of all like to thank the lady that came up and essentially said, don't just tell me that there are problems, come find some solutions with me. So appreciate that comment. And then I asked myself, with listening to Commissioner Salem here, let's say there is a certain amount of risk in the traffic accidents that might happen up there. If the mothers are willing to take that risk, why am I not? That's a question I asked myself. And I suppose soon we'll have an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I make a motion determine that the project is exempt from CEQA per Class 3 new construction or conversion of small structures, and adopt a resolution approving the use permit to allow an outdoor play area for a new child daycare facility at 2280 El Camino Real, subject to findings and conditions of approval.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, may I request you do that in 2 motions? So just the first part of your motion would be appropriate?
The
CEQA part.
But they didn't do it.
Yeah, just read up until the end of the CEQA.
Determine that the project is exempt from CEQA per Class 3.
Okay.
We should have bullet pointed it, and we failed to do that.
Okay.
I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, so the first motion is determine that the project is exempt from CEQA per Class 3.
Do we have a second? Motion by Commissioner Huang, seconded by Commissioner Crutchlow.
Great, thank you, and the motion passed.
Now for your second motion,
Okay,
Commissioner
second
Wang.
motion, adopt the resolution approving the use permit to allow an outdoor play area for a new child daycare facility at the 2280 El Camino Real, subject to findings and conditions of approval.
Would you be open to a friendly amendment to
Sure.
add a report, status report,
Yeah, sure.
coming back to in 2 years to the Planning Commission with data on crime, traffic violations, and incidents of significance that are happening to the site and to the students of Tulips. Commissioner Salam.
I have a second friendly amendment, if you
Sure.
are open. I would like to see a requirement of a children present sign positioned before the bus stop. Now, I don't know if that's a city installed sign or if that is a applicant installed sign, but I know this is not a school, so you can't say school zone, but you can declare that there are children present, which I think falls into our purview to be able to ask for that.
Yeah, I think it's the triangular, but again, it's a coordination with the DOT or city street.
Right, it's in public right of way, yeah. That would be a question that I would have to ask our
If
Public
legal
Works
within the
folks.
city charters to install a sign, I would appreciate that.
Encourage would be a good way to get around it.
Encourage.
So this is Karen Mack. The
Thanks,
signs,
Karen.
Oh,
typically have to be approved sign per the MUTCD to go into the public right of way.
Got
So
it.
typically, it's a regulated sign.
Understood. And thank you, Mac, for speaking up. I apologize, I don't get your first name, but I'm assuming you are with the traffic department?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you,
confirming that. So Commissioner Salem,
Can we change it to pursue the possible installation of that sign? I don't know how else to phrase it. I know we keep hitting
encourage
legal barriers.
looking at signage that would allow recognition of this center as a daycare. Childcare.
No, actually, I was just limiting it to the idea of children present because I don't think we have a policy that declares a child daycare versus a school, versus any other evening activity facility.
Right, but wouldn't it be best to leave that up to traffic?
Yes, I would rather have it left up to the department capable to make a rational decision on this, to raise the awareness of the fact that there will be children in this area, not necessarily running around in the middle of the street.
Right.
But they're there.
But would our
So-
staff like to maybe word that a little better for us?
Direct staff to examine the possibility of installing appropriate signage alerting drivers to the presence of children.
Excellent. Thank you.
Amazing.
So 2 friendly amendments
Yeah, of course.
accepted. Do we have a second?
I mean, we're overstepping our things there. To put a sign there, people aren't going to even be paying attention to it, and the children are not going to be outside by their own statement. The children are going to be dropped. Parents are going to be handing the children inside the place directly to the parents. They're not going to be walking around Los Padres El Camino, so it just doesn't make any sense. It's like on Hayman.
Okay, we do have a motion to...
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second with friendly amendments.
And may I ask for clarification on your friendly amendment? You've asked for a report back to the Planning Commission in 24 months on crime data and traffic incidents. What I'm unclear about is what is the effect of that? Would you like the ability to request modifications to the safety measures or to revoke the CUP? You want the full discretion?
Full discretion.
Oh, okay. So
But, I mean, I'm open to the
Full
thoughts here.
discretion.
I just want to make sure we use the appropriate
discretion.
language.
I
This,
think full discretion.
Full discretion, because I will tell you this, I am fully confident in your operation.
We like that language there, Sander.
and the And who's providing the data to the Planning Commission? Is it city police? Okay.
Yeah.
So the Planning Commission shall review the use permit after 24 months. And consider data regarding crime statistics and traffic incidents. The commission may then exercise its discretion to require modifications to I'm sorry, let me try that sentence again. The commission may then exercise its discretion to require modification or revocation of the permit.
Okay, that's good.
I don't mean to make it sound so negative, but
It's okay.
I need to make it clear that that's a
Yeah.
possibility. If we don't state that it could be revoked, then it won't be.
Understood. No, thanks, good catch. Commissioner Wang?
Yeah. I revoke is good.
Okay.
For the crime data. Mr. Lee just pointed out that I didn't put any radius regarding the crime statistics. So, and consider data on crime statistics and within 300 feet? Within a 300-foot radius. And traffic incidents within a 300-foot radius? Okay. Elizabeth, I'll make sure I give this to you tomorrow. Well, let me try it one more time.
Would.
The Planning Commission shall review the use permit after 24 months and consider data on crime statistics and traffic incidents within a 300-foot radius. The commission may then exercise its discretion to require modification or revocation of the permit.
Thank you. And that will give you a heightened sense of actually putting in additional measures, whatever you need to make this site safer. Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. The motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for all the good work you do, and welcome to our city again. Okay?
Congratulations to all of you.
All right. For a 5-minute break.
Okay. Yeah.
I know there's somebody still in the members of public waiting patiently. We'll give 5 minutes.
Is the next one yours also, Steve?
Thank you.
Wow, it's like the Steve show. Good grief. Every item.
Say that again. Well, we'll hope that it's not like city council.
Yeah,
Last time. That's my personal phone. I would never try that with my work phone. All right.
We could.
Congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I wanted to thank Lance Levy as well. He had a clear opposite thought last time, but I think his philosophical statement made me really move. I really appreciate what you did. Thank you so much.
the right thing.
Wanted to just call it out because you kind of did a 180-degree change after listening to and did the work we did. So appreciate it.
Yeah, emotionally, I think was not well in favor, but logically, I couldn't say.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good night. I don't know how long you guys are going to be staying in here. It's just crazy.
If you didn't bring an army with you, we would have gone long by back.
It's okay.
We'll see you in 2 years, and there better not be anything.
Yes. Awfully close.
All right, calling to order. Thank you, members of the commission. I appreciate. I know we had a lot of excitement, but calling back to order at 10:47 for one more public hearing item. Action on the appeal of development review, hearing architectural approval for the property at 74 Woodhams Road. So this is an appeal from our DRH, the development review hearing. Staff?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me share.
I know.
Oh. Look what just happened. Yeah, can't even do full
Well, he
screen now.
proves you didn't need any more.
It refused to do full screen slides at 10:47. Let me start over. I've never seen this before. Yeah, let's go back. Okay. Huh? Oh, you mean here?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. So item 5, last one here, 74 Woodhams. This is an appeal. But first, let's start with the architectural review request here. It's for a 982 square foot second story additions, 238 square foot first floor additions, and 1,030 square feet of the remodel interior at the 74 Woodham site. And this project is exempt for CEQA there. And the development review hearings, timeline and actions first went before the DRH on May 10th, 2023, where it got continued for redesigns of the second floor layout to relocate the windows to the rear and front, provide a 3 to 5 foot second floor step back on the interior side. And then the applicant revised, came back on June 7, 2023. I'll show you the plans in a bit. DRH action was approved with revised plan to relocate second-story windows and keep the modern architectural style, which is compatible with the existing resident. The neighbor next door appealed this decision, filed an appeal, and pointed out these 3 things, or 3 or 4 items here: massing of the second floor on the interior side and shadow created by the second floor additions, a lack of second story side step back from the first floor, 2-story volume space, and 66% second floor to first floor ratio. Okay, this so about the project, this is the corner lot here on northwest of Woodhams and McKinley Drive, 6,264 square foot, very low density residentials, and R16L. That's the image of the front house existing now. It faces Woodhams Road. And project data, just want to clarify something on the project data. Here is the garage was counted twice on this square footage. So the applicant pointed that out and wanted just to clarify that the 1,673 first floor actually already include the garage. So that makes the gross floor total of 3,311 should be 2,893. And okay, This is the site plan, and this is rendering on the bottom right. The existing floor plan here shows 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. And then I just clarify what I just mentioned there on the square footage. And then the proposed floor plan, what you have on the left is the first floor, and on the right is the second floor. Going up, first floor has 1 bedrooms and 1 bath, and the second floor has 3 bedrooms and 2 bath. And on the this X right here is that 2-story volume that basically you can look down from below here, and this is just, or basically this opens up to the top on the ground floor. You see, it maintains a 37% lot coverage, where 40% is maximum. Okay, elevations here, existing is on the left, proposed on the right. Is the second floor, the 2-story volume is actually reduced to 18 feet. So not your typical full 2-story, like 20 or 25. And then on the right, the 2-story maximum height of this resident is 20 feet. So not your typical maximum 25 feet, because it's true to a flat roof, patio style home. Okay. The additions also breaks the plane by adding bands here. First one on the top of the garage, and then you got another fascia board on top of the entrance, and then the 2-story volume, and then the very top. Okay. Okay, and then this is the other sides. This is the side that's facing the neighbor that's appealing this project here. This, let me just double check that's correct. Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's also incorporated a different material. So not sure it's called out, but the architect can go over the material here and the smooth stucco, I assume, on top. There's also a band that goes to break the 2-story wall appearance, so it's not a plain stucco or one material, and it's not without any breaks. So there's a band to break the 2-story perspective here. And then the changes from the DRH from May 10th shows that the windows has been relocated. The window onto the left, which was presented on May 10th, was right here where my cursor is, and then it is now relocated to front facing Woodhams, and then the rear facing here for this this bedroom. Okay. It limited shading on neighboring home to be consistent with the design guidelines. It has additional 6, where it's typically 5 feet. This setbacks here, they inherit a 6-foot setback, so it's a little larger setbacks to reduce shade. But that's just something that they already currently have, and they're just adding directly on top of that. And in terms of public comments, staff received 5 support letters on this, and no oppositions letter was received. The appellant, actually, sorry, here, just the staff recommendation is to overrule the appeal and uphold the June 7th, 2023 development review hearing decisions of the architectural review approval and Class 1 CEQA category exemptions of this project. Staff can answer any questions, and the appellant and applicant has presentations for you tonight.
Any questions of staff? Okay. We'll now open for public comment. I invite the applicant over.
The appellant will speak first.
Thank you. We invite Leonard, NG.
Leonard, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Yes, hi, and thank you. This is Leonard and Emily here. Oh, hi, this is Emily. Thank you for letting us speak.
When I coordinate with Steve, I understand I'm allowed to share screen and navigate slides from my computer here.
Yes. So let me stop share and then you can share.
Thank you. Do I join as panelist?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Hello, can everyone hear us and see the screen?
Yes, if you're showing Google.
Yes, great, great, thank you. So thank you, this is Leonard and Emily here. I know it's been a long night, so we'll try to make this brief, but thank you so much, first of all, to the commission and planning staff for giving us this opportunity to present this evening. This is Leonard and Emily here, and like probably many of our neighbors, we're actually a small young family as well, with a 9-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son. And actually, we apologize that we couldn't make it in person because we were trying to juggle dinner time and reading and putting our kids to sleep. So hopefully you can understand. I think given how expensive things are everywhere in the Bay Area, our aspiration and hope has always been hopefully that we own this house for many generations, and hopefully one day our kids, when they grow a little older, that our dream would be to give, you know, eventually the home to the kids and have them have a beautiful, enjoyable, light-filled home and yard that they can enjoy, and maybe even, you know, their kids. And so we are by no means opposed to our neighbor renovating and adding to their home. And we certainly do not want to make things difficult for anyone unnecessarily, but we simply feel that the second story, the massing and the unmitigated massing on the shared property line on our side, as designed, is just not compatible with the one-story low neighborhood fabric in this area on this street. And after we researched further to try to educate ourselves on the issue, seems to go directly against many of the city's own single-family design guidelines. And so I think our main concern really is the second story addition is really a massive, almost 50-foot long and 20-foot tall wall. I mean, I know there's a decorative applied eave here, but the massing, that doesn't change the overall massing, where most homes would step back, whether it's modern or traditional style, there'd be some sensitivity to the neighbor in terms of the fabric. And I think that's our major concern, where the mass as it's designed on this side, I think most homes taper or step down at the edge, but this one is just a full height 2-story wall. And I think to make matters worse, kind of the existing fabric in our street, the eave line is really here at about 8 feet. And so just using, this is the submitted drawings, I think, of the street elevation, this is more than 2.5 times our front facade elevation. And so as the adjacent neighbor, we're the adjacent neighbor here next to the project, we feel it's completely out of scale with the character of the neighborhood. And as part of the massing, to make matters worse, orientation wise, we happen to be due south, and so that the sunlight really has an impact, blocking the sunlight into our property. And so throughout the hearings, we submitted several concerns letters, researched the city design guidelines, and we don't feel like we're asking for anything out of overstepping our bounds. We merely want the design team to consider just following the city's own design guidelines a little closer. As a quick recap to the design review hearing, the first time we heard about the project was like about a week before we got a notice for the first design review hearing in May. And so the city or the neighbor, I don't know what the normal process is, but they didn't reach out to us to collaborate early on or get our input. And maybe that's just the way it goes, but we were really surprised when we first got the letter. And so we expressed our concern right away. And in the first design review hearing, we thought the design review officer had a great suggestion and conclusion, and asked the applicant to look into accommodating a 3 to 5 foot setback, minimum setback from the design review guidelines. But we were dismayed at the second hearing, rather than seeing any options explored, it seemed like the team didn't explore any options of stepping back the massing, but just said because it's a modern style and the structure is more difficult or cannot accommodate, that's just the way it is, I suppose. The mass just remains as a two-story wall. And so obviously horizontal offsets and setbacks are common all the time in modern or traditional homes. And I think that's not something too unreasonable in our opinion. And so the planning staff recommended that we should present our concerns to you here. And while we don't have a professional team, obviously we did try to study things very objectively and put together what we can if helpful. So I'll run through these really quick. This is just our approximation at 2.5 times massing. Sorry for the crudeness, but you can start to see what kind of massing impact this has along the street fabric side against our home. Kind of going back to that point. Just around the corner on McKinley, there's another modern home that we thought was really tastefully designed. They clearly respect the side yard neighbors. They kind of gracefully blend down their massing. These are hip roofs, not track home style ranch like ours, but I think it's pretty apparent that they're working to integrate with the fabric, even though it's a modern design, which looks nice. And so obviously you're more familiar about these than I am, but when Emily and I looked through the design guidelines, we were kind of surprised that a lot of our concerns are grounded in the design guidelines themselves, especially low single-story neighborhoods. These guidelines are all the more relevant. The two-story homes cannot overshadow or dominate massing-wise one-story homes. Second floor massing should not exceed 66%. I think with the double height volume included, their second floor expansion is 80%. It stacks almost entirely on the first floor. Obviously, one of the very big things, probably the biggest thing, and we're hoping is a small concession ask, is to consider a layout where they can step back the minimum 3 to 5 feet. I think their second floor area is greater than 35%. And they said the 3 to 5 feet is minimum. So it could be even more ideally. Not just vertical setback, but horizontal setback. If the unbroken wall greater than 25 feet, theirs is almost 50 and it's completely coplanar. There's no step backs at all. In terms of shadows, I think we went about that. The reason why we had some assistance in looking at the shadows is because this drawing we felt was a little bit deceptive in showing a shadow line. Obviously, everyone knows the sun changes throughout the season and the day. And so one line cannot capture the complexities of the sun movement. And so we had some help. And this is essentially morning sun around 10 a.m., noon, and around 2 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Especially in the winter months, our site is really impacted. Rear yard, middle, front yard. And this is throughout the year. This will be a permanent structure that we have to live with every day. Later in the design review, it keeps talking about large blank walls lacking relief, reduce the perception of mass and bulk, provide horizontal vertical offsets. I think related to this issue and trying to understand the problem is they have a very large double height space embedded within their home. It's like 20 feet by 30 feet, if I'm not mistaken. 18 feet tall, like I think Steve just mentioned. And I think that might be causing some of the problems, I believe, when I'm looking at the plan with Emily. Their double height space here forces all their second floor right up against our property line, which is shared property line, which is here. And so this large volume, which is great, it's like hotel lobby scale, would be really grand. But, you know, in relation to the exterior of the home and sensitivity to the neighbors, we just feel it's not the most thoughtful in a one-story neighborhood. And so when I talked to Steve, he's like, we don't want to overstep our bounds, and we're obviously not professionals, but based on the design review officer's suggestion to study options to set it 3 to 5 feet back, and the design team came back with nothing in that regard. Steve, the planner, was saying you could come up with a solution, hopefully that meets both, you know, everyone's goals, I suppose. And so we're happy to collaborate with, you know, the applicant and the design team, but we think there are many options. If this switchback stair became a single stair, they could simply pull this portion of it 3 feet back, extend this over, which is not a cantilever, but it simply stacks on their first floor wall. It preserves all their area, which I believe is important for any family, and preserves their entire double height space, the 20 foot by 30 foot. Or if that's not, desirable for some reason, maybe they can consider a 20 foot by 20 foot double height space, which would be a dream for anyone else, right, in the home, and consider maybe stepping back this portion, and arguably maybe a better design, because you might have a more spacious master and a larger master closet and master bath. And so, I mean, we're not saying that this should be done, but we're just trying to explore options where we can collaborate and find a middle ground. Or maybe this is their double height space, 30 feet by 15 feet, and they recapture some of this area. So I think there are options, but maybe, I guess, where there's a will, there's a way, and design is powerful. You can use it for a lot of creative solutions. And we just feel like maybe not enough effort has been put along this edge of the house versus the other edges of the house exposed to the public. And so we're wrapping up, but obviously, as the immediate adjacent neighbor in this one-story fabric, we feel we're a little bit of the victims. We're obviously taking 95% of the brunt of the impact in terms of massing and shadow with this two-story development. And so we humbly request that the Planning Commission consider our concerns, not just for the home that we'll have to live with.
Leonard, you're at time. I gave you all
Okay.
2 minutes more, but wrap it.
Sure. So just last sentence, like, I know most people forget about this project days, weeks after this hearing, but we have to live with this potential wall for decades, 50 to 100 years at least, and our kids. And so I hope you take that into consideration, regardless of prejudice or background on demographics, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Do I invite?
Questions for the appellant from the commission?
No.
Okay, then at this time, the applicant gets 10 minutes.
We'll invite the applicant to now present.
Leo, yeah. Yes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Leo, I'm going to promote you to a panelist, so please accept.
Cool, thank you.
And then, yeah. Leonard, if you could stop sharing your screen, please.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just for clarification, how much time do I get?
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. I know it's been a very long night. This is definitely the longest hearing I've ever been on before. So thank you for your patience. Steve already went through a lot of the technical details, so I'll try to skip through that just to make things run a little faster here. Let's see here. So, as you know, the existing house is about a little less than 1,700 square feet. It is an L-shaped Eichler home. So the program, which I'll just kind of gloss over because the owners can speak more about later. They're a young couple looking to start a family. They're working professionals. They're planning on having their mother-in-law move in so they can help with childcare as well. So the intent of this project is to create multi-generational living, right? Very common typology nowadays. So this is the site plan again with the required setbacks. So you'll see that the existing footprint is pretty close to the required setbacks. It's not quite on there, but it's fairly close. And due to this L shape with the courtyard, and given things such as like lot coverage, to add to the house, it really mainly makes sense to provide a second floor. But as we're entertaining the idea of a second floor, and before we get to our actual proposed design, I think it'd be good to kind of float through some general massing concepts that were options at some point, but we ruled out in favor of what we did actually propose. So this is the existing street elevation, and this elevation here is just a diagram, and this is indicating what the massing would kind of look like if we were justifying the mass on the center of the house, right? So this type of massing, common, and it's very sleek, very cool if the project were wider. So on larger properties, it's something that we've done before. It looks very sleek, it's very streamlined, but because this site is very narrow and the existing house is narrow, it looks like a very obvious second floor addition. And while legally and on paper it seems like it will be compliant, visually and aesthetically, from a massing perspective, it's just not very desirable. And I'm pretty sure you commissioners would have a lot to say about this as well if this were a massing in your neighborhood. So if we justified the massing towards the south, there's a couple problems with this as well. But for the sake of this diagram, we'll pretend that we're encroaching into the courtyard space. Practically speaking, that would mean we'd be demolishing parts of the existing first floor footprint to appropriate to this new area here. But disregarding that, if we're justifying the addition towards the south and it aggregates the mass right along that corner side street where it's most obvious from the intersection. So keep in mind that coming into this neighborhood, Woodham's Road, this is probably one of the first houses that you see coming into this neighborhood. So, from our perspective, it would be more responsible not to put a large mass right on the corner of that intersection. If we had pursued either this arrangement or the arrangement that we just showed you before, just on the center, pretty sure we'd have a lot of neighbors coming out to attack the project. So what we did end up settling on was pushing the second floor mass as far away from both side streets as possible, right? So that helps the overall project be much smaller than it really is from a street level. And yes, there's this double height space, but like Steve mentioned, it's not actually tall enough to occupy as 2 stories. It's more of a 1.5 times space. And it actually does serve some pretty important safety reasons that have to do with the multi-generational living program that the owners can kind of discuss more later. But from a purely massing perspective, if we have the second floor justified on this side of the house, having a 1.5 times space helps provide a buffer to mitigate some traffic noise, a line of sight to the bedrooms. It also helps provide a bit of a gradation or terracing of mass to help the true second floor appear intentional. If the house was always designed to be this way, it's not just an addition that was slapped on. And I know that we're talking a lot about scale here, but I do want to emphasize that the height of this house is 20 feet. 20 feet is the width of 2 parking spaces. So it's really not that tall at all. For taking this reference as this garage right here, the height of the house is going to be as tall as the garage is wide. So it's really not a large project given that the max allowable height is 25 feet. So here's a 3D mass of the project here that kind of details more about what I was talking about, with the 2 streets here and then the true second floor pushed away from the main streets, and then we have a gradation of mass on all sides to make the project seem more intentional, and you don't load up a bunch of mass right on the intersection. From a structural perspective, the existing house sits on a grid of these 3 main lines here. So the proposed project, we're proposing to stack walls right under, because it's structurally efficient, and structurally efficient means it's financially efficient, and every project has costs, right? If we were to offset in by a foot or two, Would it be done? Technically, probably yes, but one, you would effectively be you'd have a new set of structure that has to go in that area, situated very close to where the existing structure is, and it's just very inefficient, right? Without a very good reason, it just doesn't really make sense. And if we're sticking with that existing grid, that leaves our width of the second floor at less than 20 feet. That's a really small space already. And if we start cutting more from this side and pushing more towards the center, then we start getting close to that center justified massing that we just touched on earlier. And then calculation-wise, so the calculation-wise, second, Steve went over all this as well, but the second to first floor ratio is about 50% actual livable area. So the neighbor was talking a lot about solar shading. So the solar angle here, this is a line diagram here, but the average solar angle in this area is about like 34 degrees. So this is to be a solar angle in the spring and in the fall. If there are solar companies setting up solar panels in this area, that's the angle that they would set it at, because that captures most of the sunlight. In the summer, the angle is even lower. So, you completely not touch the neighboring house at all. In the spring and fall, it would shade about 18 inches on the bottom of the neighboring residence. It wouldn't cover any of their windows. I know that garage is very important and they don't want it to be shaded. And then granted, yes, in the winter, yes, around the winter solstice, the shadows are going to be a bit heavier for a couple of weeks, but a couple of weeks out of the year compared to the rest of the year, I think that would qualify as, limited shading of the neighboring residents, especially given the setbacks provided are more than what's required, as well as the height is much lower than what is required. And in terms of solar shading, there's the other speakers can kind of touch on this later as well. But I know the neighbor is very talking about his family being really affected here. But the truth is he's never actually lived in this residence. The tenants that live there have been there for 10 plus years, and he's never lived there. I don't even think he lives in the city. I understand that, people have investment property and, they care about their investment. So I fully understand that. And I do take his concern seriously here. The neighbor directly to the rear of both of our properties here is actually going to be a future prefabbed 2-story house. It's taller than our proposed project, if I remember correctly. And if anything, this house would cast much greater afternoon shadows than our proposed project would. There's also large trees in the rear of the neighboring property that, to the owner's knowledge, has never been trimmed, and it casts very large shadows in the afternoon. That's year round as well. Let's see here. And as Steve mentioned, we did make accommodations in regards to privacy. Previously, we had some frosted bedroom windows there that we reconfigured the second floor to have the windows open out towards the front. Here. So this,
Leo, I'll give you 1 more minute.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm almost done here. So this here is the maximum envelope that we are allowed and what we are providing. So the request setback is 5 feet. We are providing 6 feet. And for the max height is 25, we're providing 20. So we're providing 20% greater side yard setback than required, and we're providing 20% lower max height than required. And yeah, like I said, I understand that, the neighbor is concerned about the value of his investment property. I completely get that. I really don't think that this proposed project for the owners who are planning on actually using this property for themselves, for their family, is unreasonable. We're way under all of the maximum allowed per code.
Thank you, Leo.
All right, thank you.
All right. We'll now open for public comment.
Unless there are questions for the applicant.
It goes back to the applicant, appellate.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a question.
Applicant.
For the applicant, yeah, the roof, it's flat? It's any slope?
So it is a flat roof, but every flat roof actually has a little bit of slope to it. It's going to be 2% minimum required. In practice, we usually go a little bit more than that, so maybe like 4 or 5%. But technically speaking, all flat roofs do have a slope.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And second question, is this a demolition everything or based on the existing foundation?
Oh, no. Yeah, so the first floor is pretty much remaining intact. We're not demoing most of the first floor. Let's see here. So this is the first floor here. Actually, let me pull up the other set here. So this is the first floor here, and we're actually keeping all of that existing footprint.
Okay.
We're just making some slight addition towards the entry area, and then we're reconfiguring some of the walls on the inside. But for the most part, it's remaining perfectly intact.
Okay, so you use the existing foundation.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wang. Any other questions to the applicant? Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I have two questions. The reasoning you are using to move the mass towards the neighbor is that it doesn't look good from the intersection. There'll be some mass. In other words, to enable passers-by not to see the mass, you're putting that burden onto your neighbor to suffer the mass, so to say. Would that be a characterization that you would agree with?
Well, I wouldn't say that we are intentionally offloading burdens onto anybody. But in terms of right of way, there are obviously priorities that have to be met. In this particular scenario, this is a courtyard house with an L shape out towards the middle. Beyond that, massing on the corner, if that were even an option, if we did something like that, we would have to demolish a lot of the existing first floor footprint to be able to accommodate something like that. And given that there is perfectly fine first floor footprint to use, it doesn't really make sense to do that. But yeah, diagrammatically, it also doesn't really make sense to, where the streets are to load more of the mass right along the street face.
So to put it differently, to make the cost of the project as low as possible, then this is an optimum way for you to do it. Is that right?
Well, not necessarily for me, but for the homeowners. A second floor is going to make the size of the house bigger no matter what. It's a game of kind of like musical chairs where you determine where that mass has to go. Given all of the constraints and given the the considerations, we thought it would be best to locate the mass away from the street. Also for like privacy concerns, because the upstairs is going to be primarily bedrooms with the master bedroom and also the kids' bedroom. The busy streets on McKinley and Williams, it'd be nice to have more of a buffer without having those rooms right up on the street.
Okay, I think I got my answer. The second question was the appellant showed some very graphic shadowing graphs, and you're showing really just, let's say, a couple of positions of the sun on a couple of days of the year. Do you agree with the appellant on the shadowing that they've
So I mean,
modeled?
I know he's generated that in SketchUp, and SketchUp does have issues with accuracy regarding shadows, and he's probably tweaked them to the absolute winter solstice where the sun is at the absolute lowest, where even one-story houses will shade their neighbors. This angle here, I know it's because it's a 2D projection, but this actually is the most accurate way of determining solar angle, because when the sun is up in the sky throughout the entire day, this is the angle that's going to be cast throughout the entire day, throughout the entire season, right? So when you're in the fall from 6 a.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., the angle is going to be the same. It's just going to be the direction of where that shadow is cast that's being different. So if anything, this is actually far more accurate. And there's also a very good reason why if any solar company does panels in the area, this house, if it ever gets paneled up on the roof, this this would be the angle that they would be set at.
Okay, I got my answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, can I now go to public comment? Any members of the public, please come forward. If you'd like to state the name or be called out.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I know it's been a long night, so thank you for your patience. My name is Winnie Yamakita, and my husband and I, we own 74 Woodhams. And we purchased this home and moved here a year ago, just a couple months after getting married. And we really like the area. And we specifically chose this neighborhood to start a family and to provide more space for our children than the 1,200 square foot house is. We wanted to expand the house. And so when we drove around the neighborhood, we were actually really excited to see second floor additions that were under construction, which I think means that the neighborhood is developing and is no longer a majority single story neighborhood. And we wanted to note that we're not adding a second floor for inconveniencing our neighbors, but rather really to just accommodate our kids, my parents, in a multi-generational household. It's not for investment profit either, which is actually why we didn't max out the house as the appeal letter claims. The high volume space was a specific design choice, and it's to naturally increase sound travel between the first and the second floor. And I think that's a crucial safety feature for having young and elderly in the house. I think falls are very dangerous. Falling is very dangerous for seniors. In the event of just any accidents, we on the second floor can just hear it right away, address it right away. In the event of any unsafe outcome, it's obvious that the appellant is not the one taking responsibility. That responsibility falls on me and my husband. We'd like the commissioners to recognize our effort to mitigate any sort of incident regarding safety for both, the kids and elderly parents. So after hearing his concerns regarding privacy, we felt they were really reasonable. We accommodated them by rearranging the layout of the children's bedrooms, which the city supported and then also approved. And since they were still very much within the goals and the spirit of the design guidelines. So thank you on behalf of my family and our request to have a home that suits our needs.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yasuko Yamakita.
Yes. Hello. I'm Yusuke Yamakita. I'm the house owner of 74 Woodhams. We wonder how much the appellant actually understand our neighborhood and also their life here, because we personally know the actual tenant of 82 Woodhams, Miss Kate Demos. We interact with her when we meet her, and also sometimes we help her with trash. In the letter from appellant, he mentioned that he has to live in 82 Woodhams for over decades, and they have serious concerns about their daily life. But we'd like to note that he has not lived in 82 Woodhams, and it has been used by Ms. Kate for over a decade. We already changed our design to address their concerns, and the city supported for approval 3 times. but the applicant is still asking us to do further changes for the properties they have never lived in. So we wonder how much they actually understand the current situation here. For example, sunlight. They already have a huge tree in their property, and it's at least 25 feet, and it's taller than our proposed design. So we feel like there's a contradiction within their statement and also concerns. We do not want to have a house to attack someone, but purely for our family, for our kids, and for our day life. We appreciate it if planning commissioners understand those points. Thanks so much for listening to us.
Thank you.
Hi again.
You just didn't want to go back, huh?
Yeah. Yes, thanks.
It's nice to have audience.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank your commissioners for approving all the housing stock creating projects tonight. Every little bit helps our shortage. I've always been so proud that Santa Clara is not one of those closed-minded anti-development cities. And this amazing commission has shown that again tonight. I'm in favor of this no-brainer addition on Whittam's, which is pretty trivial compared to the other projects tonight. Endless appeals and revision requests on these kind of additions lead to increased architect and construction costs and make our city unaffordable. This project meets the code and is well suited for its neighborhood. There's no need to nitpick the design for winter solstice shadows and other false concerns, which they don't even match the reality research by your excellent staff. Plus, the project already went above and beyond in their efforts to address the neighbors' concerns. In my opinion, we should actually upzone and build denser multifamily housing in lots like this, but that's for a separate time. Every time a selfish NIMBY wastes everyone's time like this, other people in the cities are discouraged from adding housing. So let's prioritize the people who live here and their future children instead of the made-up concerns of NIMBY landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members online?
I have two hands online. The first one is Sandbox. You can unmute and
Hi there.
speak.
Hi there, I'm sorry. My name is Tanya. I think I'm using a testing Zoom account, so sorry about that. But good evening, commissioners. Like I said, my name is Tanya, and I support Winnie and UCK's project. Housing in the Bay Area is incredibly competitive and expensive, especially for this generation of home buyers. The only affordable way to get more space is to essentially buy property and expand it when you can. So it's big enough to support kids. And I think if cities care about their communities, they should accommodate and prioritize residents that actually reside in Santa Clara and want to grow families. I realized that the Santa Clara City Design Guidelines were shown and that they discourage double height and want to impose step backs for the second floor, but that was published in 2014. So it's quite outdated and doesn't accommodate a post-pandemic world where work from home is the new dynamic and the standard. I'm also confused to learn that the appellant doesn't actually live in the home, has never lived there, yet is so concerned about solar shadow casting that doesn't impact him or may never impact his children, and that he is so resistant to the proposed project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker I have is Akshay. You can unmute and speak.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to listen to me today. And yeah, similar to Winnie, me and my wife, we got married last year and we also bought a house. And to be very honest with you, we put everything in to buy this house. And I'd say it's a miracle that someone in our generation is able to afford a house in Silicon Valley. And the sad thing is it's still not enough. In the future, when we do want to plan to have kids and have our parents move in, if we want that, there's not enough space, and the only way is to build up. And if it's going to be this tough to add additional space and be efficient with pricing, then there's no other option to move out. And this will just add to the decline in our schooling that was mentioned before. I believe 2 schools were closed, and I think we need to have more kids and we need to have more people going to schools, and that'll just help the community. And I totally agree that design is powerful and there's many ways to fix things, but at the end of the day, structurally it makes sense to go with this design. We don't all have investment properties or extra cash to go with exorbitant design approaches. And this is a huge factor, especially when it comes to the younger generations who are lucky enough to even buy a house in Silicon Valley. And as mentioned before, privacy feedback was taken into consideration. The windows have been moved. 20 feet versus 25 feet is a huge difference. And the spacing between the house and the edging is 1 feet more than the usual. And the argument that the neighborhood is mostly 1 story, I don't think that's a valid argument. These are all built, 80, 90 years ago. And today in 2023, 2-story houses are common, and that'll add a new look and feel and make the neighborhoods look much better. So once again, this isn't any kind of investment property. It's just a family that wants to grow their family and live in their dream home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker I have is Van and Lynn. You can unmute and speak.
Hi, my name is Van. I'm sharing the Zoom with my wife, Lynn. Can we each have 2 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah. So my daughter and son-in-law live in 74 Woodhams, and my wife and I probably gonna retire in 1 year or 2. So we would like to move into this house, and we're gonna need more space. And in addition, my daughter is planning to have kids in the future. So with us living in the house, we can help them with childcare. So I hope the Commission, Council can understand our needs and approve this expansion plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Lynn like to follow you?
Hello, my name is Lynn. I am the mom of homeowner of 74 Woodhams. I support this project because I will be living in this house in the future. I want my daughter to be able to build a safe house that is as affordable as possible. I am happy to be able to conveniently help her when she has a baby. And I feel that the delays for this project approval are delaying her to have a baby. I appreciate all the safety precautions my daughter and my son-in-law added to the design of the house, like including the downstairs bedroom and full bath for my husband and me as senior. And the second floor is not isolated to hear my grandchildren play. Thank you all, Commissioner, for listening. I hope you all support our family and approve this project. Again, please, it's very important to us as seniors to have space to live with our children.
Thank you. I think you're breaking up. Do we have any more speakers?
No, that's it.
Okay. I'm assuming we don't have any on. Okay. No, some more people want to.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Hui Chuan. I'm the neighbor of the Mrs. Winnie. I live at the Woodham Road for 30 years, and then I have at the second remodel, second floor on my house on the same road. Okay, there is no problem for the neighborhood, and it will add more value to the house values. And then Mrs. Winnie's house is 121,255 square feet is too small. And then it needs to remodel the house. So and the father-in-law and his family can move in, and then the second generation children will be living in there, have a better and comfortable space to live. I highly support this project and hope the city will get approval from the city. Thank you. Oh, that's it.
Thank you. Okay.
At this time, the appellant has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. We invite the appellant, Leonard.
Yes, hi. Is it possible to share my screen again?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I think someone might need to, okay. Thank you. So, yes, thank you for the comments. I appreciate all the comments. And you know, obviously we want to be respectful of everyone's time. We didn't call our family and friends and neighbors to speak on our behalf, but really we wanted to stay objective and focus on the main issues. I think a lot of the points made by the various speakers are good ones, but they're speaking in generality, not specifically. If they were the ones who had to live next to this two-story mass, I'm very curious how their opinions might change. If they are the ones who have to deal with this structure that's permanently there for, you know, decades at least, because real estate is a long-term project. We're not proposing to move the second story volume to the middle, as the design team was mentioning, or even to McKinley. We were not talking about, and just to be clear, we're not against doing the addition nor doing a second story addition, but we're talking specifically about subtleties here, and that is merely to create a minimum offset of 3 feet or so on a portion of their massing to give us a little bit more relief along this edge, which is factual and objective and based on the design review guidelines. It's true that the building conforms to all the zoning requirements, but I think that's why there are design review guidelines. In cases like these, there's a discretionary aspect given the very low fabric involved and the sensitivity to the direct neighbor. I think it's telling that all the renderings they show are from the street side and not the our side, really. And I know being respectful to 360 degrees around the house is very important, but honestly, people who drive by pass by in a matter of seconds. Our property is impacted permanently, forever, essentially. I think massing and the overall massing is our top concern. The solar shading, the reason why we did the studies is obviously the single line is a bit disingenuous. It's not 75% of the year it's like that, and all of a sudden it jumps over to there. No, it's a gradual gradation. The sun slowly creeps over deep into our lot, and the fall and spring it slowly creeps back. And so the time that it covers our lot is much greater than the design team is presenting. And lastly, I would say, I think a lot of the speakers are, and had this happened in the last design review, are trying to, or not intentionally, but we feel it's a little bit unfair to be vilified or essentially reverse discriminated against. We didn't bring these points up because we don't really think it's relevant to the matter at hand, which is the design guideline and the massing. But I was personally born in Santa Clara. I'm a native to Bay Area. My brother went to Santa Clara University. My parents were immigrants who worked hard to move to the US to buy their first home. And so this is a home that's very treasured, even though we are temporarily renting it out, of course, but it's been in our family for generations. We do hope to give it to our kids Bay Area is so expensive. We want to give our kids the best leg up that they can, and we're fortunate in a position to have that possibility. And so to vilify us, reverse discriminate, we feel is rather unfair as well, because we are a small family. We're not a faceless corporation. We're not a faceless landlord. We're just a family trying to get by as well. Lastly, again, we're not opposed to the second floor addition. We're not opposed to their everything that they're proposing. We're trying to come up with a specific solution, not a general solution of build or don't build a second home. Again, we are fine with the second home. All we are merely asking is to be specific and explore a little option to give us a little bit more relief along the long property line we share. I'm happy to go over the thoughts within this plan, but a single loaded stair, a simple extension, all the rooms are intact. The second floor volume is fully intact. We don't feel, based on the design, we're trying to keep to the design guidelines the city espouses. We're just asking for a little bit, we feel, to follow the design guideline a little bit closer and provide the 3 to 5 feet offset, if not even a horizontal offset, just being a little bit more in tune with the design guidelines. And if we can say, oh, well, the design guidelines don't count, then I don't understand what the design guidelines are for. Because it seems like this is exactly this kind of situation the design guidelines is trying to protect, not just for homeowner and neighbors, but everyone. Everyone should have equal weight, I suppose, in terms of assessing the guidelines. And so again, we're not asking them not to do the second floor addition. We're not trying to make things overly difficult. We wish we were involved in the process earlier, but we understand how the planning process goes. And so we're happy to collaborate with them. All we're asking is for a little bit of sensitivity on our long shared property line side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Now the applicant gets 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Can do this all day, right? We invite the applicant for your final say on this.
Okay. So going back to the massing, right? Well, actually, if we want to go back to like the solar shading part, again, if we go back to revisit that McKinley project, this one was approved by DRH. I don't think it was appealed, and it's taller than our proposed project, and to my knowledge, it also has two-story walls because it's a prefabricated structure. In the afternoon, it's going to cast heavy shadows onto our property and the neighboring property during the couple of weeks during the winter solstice. We did consider all of these other options at the time for if there's anything we can tweak, we would like shift the entire mass over. But it comes back again to what's structurally and financially feasible. It's just that sure, we can, if we provide this 1-2 foot offset here or something like that, it's not financially feasible. It's just to rebuild that entire vertical little structure 2 feet away from structure that works fine. And then in regards to the two-story wall, I understand that two-story walls in the design guidelines are discouraged, not for shadow reasons, but it's discouraged because it's a flat plane that doesn't look good. And we did work with the city to mitigate all of those concerns by providing the eave that wraps all the way around from front to back and a difference in materiality. So the second floor and the first floor, they have different colors, they have different stucco texture. And then there's that eave that wraps around that breaks up the massing. So, taking the spirit of the guidelines into consideration, we're not trying to throw a two-story block on here because we want to, because we just love two-story blocks. And we have put in genuine, consideration to breaking up that massing.
Leo, I'll give you 1 minute. We just didn't turn the clock on in time.
Okay, yeah, I just remember now, pull up my notes. The rear McKinley property is 23 feet, so it's 3 feet taller than our project. And then, given all of the measures that we've done to accommodate, if planning staff didn't consider our project to meet the guidelines, they wouldn't have recommended it for approval 3 times. Thank you.
Thank you. Close. Okay, I was just making sure. It's late. I could miss a number of things. We'll close public comment. Or do you have questions?
I was going to say, I'll make a motion to close
you.
public debate.
Okay. We have a motion by Nancy Biagini and seconded by Bhatnagar.
Quick.
Commissioner Bhatnagar, did you want to register your vote? I'm sure it's yes. We'll just put it in here for you. Great, thank you. We've closed public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll do quick deliberation. I said quick.
Hand up.
Commissioner Biagini.
Okay, all things considered, seeing how where the appellant request about solar and setbacks and the like, I am compelled to agree with the applicant that due to the structural issues and the expense associated, that would be problematic. Even more so, I think it's a beautiful design. I'm familiar with the area. I'm familiar with that type of home. I think you've done a beautiful design, and I am in support of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Biagini. Commissioner Crutchlow.
So I'd like to just say a few things about, number one, I can see that on both sides there has been some anger, and I want to just say that I'm sorry to see that. I really would like to see people try and work together and get things done because they're neighbors. The fact that, somebody is maybe a landlord should not be a factor. The fact that, somebody has grown up in Santa Clara, I chose Santa Clara. I didn't grow up here. And I just want to say, I think we would like to see everybody try and get together, and we're going to try and do the best we can to help you guys work this out. But we can only do so much. So in that, my one question I do have, so I know this is a discussion amongst us, but the shadow studies that was done by the Appellant. Okay, it is midnight. All right. And yeah, anyway, was that done on their own, or was that done by a professional engineer or somebody that is certified in that area of work?
I think he mentioned he did it on his own, but we could ask the.
If I may, do you know if it was? Can we get that answer? Is that Leo? Yeah. Would Leo be the correct person to ask?
Hello,
Leonard, I'm sorry. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we got assistance. It was done by professionals.
Is that signed off, certified? And I'm really serious. I mean, if you had somebody professional do it, was it a job that was paid for and they put their name on it?
Yeah, it's essentially as Leo, I believe the architect mentioned, it's nothing fancy. It's just standard solar, as I understand, it's a standard solar shading that's accurate in a 3D modeling program, SketchUp. So it's available to everyone.
I understand it's a program, but the person who is running it, are they somebody that's?
They're a professional, yes.
What is their profession?
Architecture.
Okay. All right. So for me, the whole thing comes down to shadows. And we certainly have approved different buildings that are going to shadow other buildings as well. And I understand, what the other commissioner already had mentioned, that, yeah, if we're going to grow here and such, we're going to have these things go on. And the fact that we have the needs for more space and such is very important. So, that part weighs heavy on me. I understand people want their son and things like that. I get that. But we have to make that balancing act and figure out what makes sense for Santa Clara. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Crutchlow. Commissioner Wang?
It's really a hard one for me this time. Shadow. I look at the map, 74 Woodham, just the south side of your immediate neighbor. And the 20 feet height, it's close to the boundary. So I think everybody knows I support projects, but this one makes me feel very difficult. Give me a couple of minutes, maybe. But in general, I support this project. The appellant requirement just, to be honest, to me, make some sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners Bhatnagar?
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, may we require the city to do an independent study on the shadowing aspect of it, so we have an independent assessment of exactly what's going on? If you look at the pictures that they've shared, the tree in front of the houses are extending fairly large shadows. So that would tend to indicate that the shadow effects is going to be large. But I can't tell without some details about the exact orientation, et cetera. We can't just make an assessment without a proper study. We either take the appellant's word for it, or we say that a study to be done. Thank you.
Commissioner Wang?
The shadow, the appellant's analysis make more sense. Since I spent some time before I rebuilt my house, so I know how important it is. This one is really hard for me. In general, I support, two-story house is not the issue. That's why I ask questions, do you demolish everything or just build a house on the existing foundation? And I also fully understand if you build on the existing foundation, it's very difficult for you guys to redesign. Of course, if you guys demolish everything, it makes this easier. Very difficult for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you asked a question. And I think if we are asking more information from staff, that would be a continuance at the very minimum. If not, we have to deny and then ask for.
Yep.
Yeah,
If the question from Commissioner Bhatnagar was, can we ask from staff an additional solar study report? And I see.
You would have to ask that of the applicant.
Right.
That is not something we have the capability of doing.
Staff does not do it. It'll have to come from the applicant to do it.
May I add one other point to that? You have to also then go ahead and say, what is acceptable as a shadow? Can you have any shadow on the other person's house? So I think if we were do one, we also have to figure out the other part of that is like, okay, great. What is our acceptance criteria for that?
Yeah, for that, I remember we have some guideline. I remember it's from 10 a.m. or something. We have
there are guidelines.
Some percent, 10% or 20% We have something I think staff probably know.
I mean, my house is south facing and it is 2-story, and I know what the shadow looks like on my neighbor. Now, that house was built that way in '57, so, of course, nobody can say anything about it at this time, but nobody complains about it either. So, but my thing is, if you're going to say, look, we want a shadow study, I think I'm not going to go ask somebody to go pay for a shadow study and then not tell them the criteria by which we would accept.
Yeah, that's fair enough, but the point is the study that the appellant did showed a very significant amount of shadows going across their whole yard, right, throughout the year, obviously. So we could come up with less than 50% of the time that the 50% of the lot is shadowed, but you could get a sense of how extensive that is. The other point I wanted to bring is that in the end, the design guidelines are there for a reason. And we are well amenable to grant variances when there is a variance or two, right? We've done that. We've done, in fact, approved projects where the rules said you need a 5-foot setback, and we allowed a 2-foot setback. We've done that, right? But when so-called massing of the guidelines, right, that you're not observing this, you're not observing that. There's a ton of guidelines that we are not meeting. Then that raises a lot of questions in my mind. Thank you.
Okay. Duly considered.
Can I make a comment, please?
Yes.
Yeah. So. Look, I understand. So I know you guys are putting a lot of emphasis on the appellant's SketchUp diagrams right now. And, I'm not saying that they're necessarily wrong because I haven't run them in SketchUp myself, but I do want to emphasize that, those shadow studies it's something you can very easily tweak into your favor. And, I can roughly show that to you right now. It's if we have SketchUp up on the screen, have a little simple box there. It's really just a matter of tweaking this. Hey, this looks more incriminating for the neighbor. I'm going to show this, even though it's not actually accurate. It's not something that's it must be GPS coordinated. It's going to be accurate. It can't be anything else. With other sunlight simulations that we run, in the very late fall, which is close to winter, you're looking at solar angles that look like this. Okay, and this is from a certified shadow simulator. It's not just any kind of 3D modeling software that people use for renderings and they adjust shadows so that it makes their project look better. This is an actual certified program. So, I want to emphasize that, I'm really not trying to accuse the appellant of trying to misleading the commissioners, but that is something that that program does. And when I would implore the commissioners to probably ask him more specifically who that professional is that prepared it, and whether it's himself or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. And two things. Thanks for clarifying that your study was by a certified professional. So in this case, then your request, Bhatnagar, would actually go to the appellant.
This is the appellant here. If I may speak, I would say the reason why we did the shadow studies, had the shadow studies done, is because, to I think Leo's point, the shadows that they were portraying was equally deceptive. We're not saying that either one is right or wrong because the sun changes throughout the season. We're trying to portray a reality of the extremes, which is obviously the sun moves throughout the year. The other point I would like to make is that there is a two-story new home, which we're not opposed to, that's built on our rear property line. And then there's the existing tree, as everyone saw. And in the opposite way, it makes it even more critical that every chance we can get. We're not saying don't cast any shadows on our property. Again, we're just asking to follow the design guidelines. Setback 3 feet, it's still going to cast shadows on our property, but just a little bit less.
Thank
And
you,
so any
Leonard.
chance we can get for some
Leonard,
sunlight,
we
would really appreciate it.
appreciate, and actually we have closed public comment, so I appreciate I gave both appellant and the applicant a chance to speak out of turn, actually, but thank you both. So continuing our deliberation here. Commissioner Salem.
Yeah, the design is actually moved away from Eichler and more into Frank Lloyd Wright. It's kind of a falling water style. The neighborhood is going to evolve. The height, as Commissioner Wang pointed out, is substantial, but it's still only 80% of the maximum. 20 feet out, it's 25 feet max. 20 feet is the actual height. That's 80%. They've made concessions on a number of parts of this design to minimize the overall volume footprint. I think they've done enough, and the neighborhood will become two-story over time. It's inevitable. Like Thanos, it's inevitable. So hopefully we can accept that and move forward.
Okay, thank you. Trying to keep us all, and good morning, everyone. Please, let's, I think staff has had 2 long nights already in a row, so I'm going to try to move this along. I think I've heard enough. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Okay.
That's the impact of 12 o'clock.
Did you make the motion yet?
Madam
No,
Chair.
I'm going to entertain the motion.
Once again, we failed to break the motion into bullet points, and the CEQA determination is buried in the middle of the recommendation. I would suggest as a first motion, if it's inclined to approve, that it be to determine that the project be categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301, class 1 existing facilities.
Let's first ask who's making the motion, and we can.
So move.
Okay.
Second.
Can I do that?
Commissioner Crutchlow made the motion for adopting the resolution.
No.
The
for
one
the
that-
It has to be,
The sequel one, right?
Yes,
yes.
And I
Okay.
second it.
Okay, let's move on.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I
Has
did.
been seconded.
Thank you, and the motion passes.
Can I entertain the motion for the second?
Let me ask, I'd like to make that motion once Xander tells me what the second one should be.
Existing
I'm not sure if
facilities.
it should be the overrule the appeal or if it should be existing facilities.
Allow construction of a 982 square foot second story addition, 238 square foot first floor addition, and 1,030 square foot remodel at 74 Woodham, subject to findings and conditions of approval.
So moved.
In other words, it's staff's recommendation minus the CEQA part that you already did.
Correct.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Commissioner Biagini motion, seconded by Commissioner Wang. Sorry, I say this for the record to support staff.
Thank you.
Okay, please cast your vote. Thank you, and the motion passes.
And I want to acknowledge that the design guidelines are there in place for a reason, knowing fully well. However, we have seen since 2014 several impacts to state requirements and more of densification as well as housing demand and space. So thank you to the appellant for making your case. We appreciate it. And thank you to the applicant for having worked on the revisions. And congratulations on your original approval. With that, anybody want a break?
Yes. But
Okay.
you know what? If I can go for another 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll go at it. We will now move to the next order of the item today, which is the reports of commissions, board liaisons, and committee members, announcements, and other items. from staff or commissioners? Do we have any announcements? Okay, keeping it short and simple, moving on. Commissioner travel and training reports, request to attend trainings. Any new awareness?
I have a question. Is there any cost associated with the state of the city?
With who?
The state of the city coming up soon?
Oh, the state,
Did you say any costs?
the state of the city. No.
It's open to the public.
Okay. Director of Community Development reports, budget updates from staff.
Real quickly, your balance right now is 15,525.
Oh, we have now come back to a new budget year. That
Yes.
Yay. Okay. More money. Upcoming agenda items.
I don't think I have anything new other than
I
you
don't
know the
think you
zoning
can
code
remember
is coming
anything at
soon. The downtown precise plan will also be coming to you soon in the
Zoning
next couple
ordinance.
months here. So those are probably our biggest items that are coming forward.
So Leslie, I think it was a meeting or two before, there was also a very contentious question regarding building a multi-story building in the downtown area. And so we approved it. Do we know what the council did?
It went to city council last evening, and they continued the item.
And they still have,
They actually directed,
Stars.
well, they directed the applicant to go back and work with the community to revise the project. I don't know, Steve, this was also Steve's project, if he wants to provide you a little commentary on it.
Yeah, there's no specific on the the redesign. Just consider all the comments and consider a redesign.
and it was continued to date uncertain.
Yes.
Well, Suds wasn't there either.
Yeah.
That was the other thing that came up.
So it will need to be renoticed once the applicant's
All right.
ready.
But we don't have to
Watch
deal with it, right?
yesterday's meeting and get the full download.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leslie. And Steve, thank you.
City council actions? We just got.
Yeah, that was the city council
Okay.
action.
All right, we will now make the motion to adjourn at 12:12.
Move to adjourn.
To adjourn.
No objections.
Run to the.
Take my,
Somebody-
yeah.